everyone. I'm just trying to make sure I have everything up and that you guys can hear me. Hello? Oh. Hello? Oh. Hello? 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 Okay, I wish I knew how to isolate my voice more. Okay, I wish I knew how to isolate. I wonder if there's a way. I guess it might sound better with the soft thing around it. This is my first time, guys. Have a little bit of patience for me. I do have my door open. Bet, okay. Let me log in with my computer. I got it on because, let me see, let me go to YouTube Studio on here. How do I see my live stream? Your channel. Okay, cool. At the same time, how do I turn off the volume? How do I see my live stream? Your channel. Okay, cool. I cannot turn off the volume on this one. Let me see. Yeah, it has to have the volume up. So we're just going to exit out of the YouTube one because I do not know how to. The volume on this one. Let me see. What I could do is just turn off the volume. Huh. That's what I'm gonna just do, yeah. Split view. Now I see both what is on Twitch, and that I am also on YouTube. Cool. Alright guys, so yes, we will be creating, we're gonna just start with making some, we're gonna start doing the prep on the vegetables. First, actually, I'm gonna season the chicken, we're gonna prep the vegetables, and we're gonna make the stock. Chicken first actually, stock, then veg. Let's do that. So, by the way, I do enjoy watching One Piece while I'm doing this stuff. Not One Piece videos, but like One Piece theory videos. Let me go on Twitch on here actually.
Okay.
I'm here to...
Alright, I updated that. Should have been prepared before this, but I'm still learning, y'all. I'm still learning. Have mercy on me. We're gonna put some music on.
Battery 80%. iPad 4.
Let me put some One Piece theories on actually.
Robinhood can help you build your crypto portfolio.
I don't even want to
for
see the
just
fucking
$1. Download
bullshit that they got
Robinhood.
going on with Christine and the fucking government.
Refused to believe that he could be defeated, all the way up to resurrecting him after he had died. And as a side note, this is why Luffy nearly died after Ace died, because Ace's death made Luffy question his belief in himself. I'm not above speculating that the Gomu Gomu no Mi could make Luffy pseudo-immortal. He just basically needs to believe that the fruit can do that. Well, I suppose also managing the energy it takes
80%.
to actually use the fruit's powers. Loki, on the other hand, ate the fruit knowing it was all powerful. So it came out of its box immediately, without even awakening, closer to its full potential. He cannot be killed. He cannot be defeated. This could also explain why Shamrock was unable to kill Loki when they attacked him while he was chained. I know a lot of people will say, well, Loki was chained up with Sea Stone, so his Devil Fruit shouldn't have worked. But Sea Stone does not negate a Devil Fruit ability. It saps a Devil Fruit user's energy. When Luffy was drowning in the ocean in Arlong Park, Luffy could still stretch. He was still a rubber man. Likewise, I think that even while Loki was chained, his
not turned off. He was just suppressed, probably not fully. But anyway, I think that Loki's fruit is absurdly broken, just like Luffy. This fruit isn't Elbap's treasure because Loki is a dragon, and just because he's enormous. I think that there's a deeper reason why Roxy Zebek circled it as one of the two fruits that he badly wanted. So let's go deeper. Generally, I don't like making theories where you make
Water
some
with
sort of
bleach.
really reaching theory and then attempt to explain it for an hour after that. I'd rather you not know where I'm going, so throughout the video we can make small steps to eventually get where I want you to be. This one is a bit of a reverse of that. We're reverse engineering. There's just a whole lot of context.
We're gonna use this one.
What I'm saying. Anyway, I think that Loki has a double which is related to souls, which is the thing that I think about. So eventually we'll get into a much longer explanation for this, but for now, let's just give you a short explanation. We know that Big Mom has two souls. Using her own abilities in God, she was able to consume a portion of her own soul, also referred to as lifespan.
So we got some chicken. I'm going to put some of these
Incredibly
in
big,
a
with
bag,
the flaming eyes we've already
and like
talked
the other
about.
ones, I
think
am
that
going
it is fair
to
speculate that Emu possesses an ability which relates to souls, because Emu is
put
the way
away.
that it typically goes. And the devil gives you some kind of gift, which is ultimately not worthwhile. The Big Mom has flames for eyes when she is consuming her own soul or lifespan. Emu flips people into demons. They have flaming eyes because they are consuming soul or lifespan. I believe that Loki's flaming eyes are the very same thing. The basic idea is that souls are a form of energy some devil fruits allow you to utilize. And it gives you an immediate boost of both size and strength. So Loki, as the Nidhogg, has a devil fruit which allows him to tap into the power of the soul in some way. It is also probably not a coincidence that Loki, as the Nidhogg, is considered this god of destruction, which also happens to be the very same thing that the giants of Elbaf said about Big Mom. Big Mom, similar to Dora, Rogan, different is the demon. The eyes are something. So I recently made a video, link in the description, for what I think is the most substantial aspect of the One Piece content itself. Long story short is I think that the Eternal Flame is part of One Piece. And the Eternal Flame is this energy source which allows somebody who can utilize it the ability to do practically anything. Vegapunk literally calls it the power of the sun, which is extremely fitting if that power is possessed for someone the world would deem to be, or who could be considered the sun god. And the Mother Flame is Vegapunk's imperfect or failed version of the Eternal Flame. Ultimately, he was inspired to recreate the power source, which powered the ancient giant robot Amet in the past. He wasn't able to accomplish this, but he did accomplish something spectacular. Yet during the course of the events at Egghead, Amet actually woke up, and the reason he did so is Nika. Nika's heartbeat, the drums of liberation. Nika could do what the Mother Flame could not. So I think that it's fair to speculate that the powers of Nika are closer to the Eternal Flame than the Mother Flame. And the powers of Nika,
should have sharpened this hoe
in Gear 5th all the time, is basically to make his imaginations, his dreams come true. So to me, it isn't very complicated. The Mother Flame does all sorts of crazy things in the island of Egghead. Nika's Devil Fruit makes dreams into reality. The Eternal Flame might be superior to both of them, so the Eternal Flame can do.
I am not cooking all of this chicken, but I am gonna clean it. Don't really want all of this fat. Good source of like collagen and all that stuff. I just don't want it.
Practically anything. But if it really is similar to the power of the sun, I think that you can break it into two parts. Basically, every complex element that exists in the universe was created inside of a star or inside of a sun. The sun is the universe's creation factory. But also, as a shock to literally no one, I recommend that you not fly too close to the sun, because the sun is also a great destroyer. It can create
taking
anything,
out some of this meat.
and it can destroy anything. So look, guys, my very
Wish I had
strong
more light
guess
in this
is that
area.
the flames behind the eyes of these demons is related to the sun, and more specifically is related to the Eternal Flame, which is a power that can allow somebody to do anything. And it is neither intrinsically good nor intrinsically bad, because in essence, it is just an immense amount of energy. It kind of depends on how you use it. Either way, it is so much energy that it gives you the ability to warp reality. Now let's take this theory.
I actually do have a light. Let me go try and find it.
Where exactly does this energy come comfort. Do these powers operate by the same rules as our actual universe? Is the law of conservation of energy applicable to One Piece? The law is that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. So guys, my theory for a long while now is that the source of this energy actually comes from the souls of the dead. I think that Oda had borrowed afterlife mythology from Japanese Shinto culture itself, as well as pirate lore. Basically, the souls of the dead seek down. Sometimes across the sea, sometimes under the water, like the palace of the dragon god of the sea, Ryuji. So look, I am not an expert at all this, but we may not explicitly be talking about the afterlife. That's just, to me, an easier way to understand it. Straight up, I don't even think the Japanese themselves are entirely certain what this realm is. But there are three general categories of Tokyo: a world of perpetual darkness, a world where people never grow old, and a world across the sea. It is believed to be a place where various kami and spirits of ancestors live with eternal youth. Long story short,
Maybe this is too short, yeah.
the sea connects to the worlds of the dead or young. So we've already argued that the mother flame was Vegamont's success at creating the eternal flame. And a key aspect of it that becomes observed is the flame seems suspended in some kind of liquid. And previously, I've connected this to the mysterious substance which is called pyrobroin or pyrobrine, revealed in Sky Pier. So look, man, Oda took the time to make up and name drop this specific chemical. I think it's actually important. And at the very least, it was important to explain the existence of Sky Cloud and also Sea Stone. Paglia explained that the reason Sky Cloud exists is because of pyrobrine, which is released due to volcanic activity combines with moisture in the air, and voila, Sky Cloud. Guys, pyrobrine separates into two words: fire, salt water. And the mother flame, which is literally a flame suspended in some kind of liquid, seems to be producing Sky Cloud. What if the mother flame is suspended in salt water? That's simple. I'm of the opinion that this Sky Cloud is a byproduct of Vegamont's use of the mother flame. And the Sky Cloud that exists over the world of One Piece was created through the use of the eternal. But yeah, let's take a breath. I understand there's probably people here who this is your first verbal thought. Prodding at your brain can be a bit overwhelming. Simply put, I am arguing that something akin to soul, this great energy source, exists within the oceans of One Piece. The eternal flame, perhaps submerged in the ocean, can burn this energy. And with it, you can do anything, including rewriting the laws of physics themselves. Reality can be warped or changed. I'm just gonna say this and I'm not going to explain it. It is very much, I think, related to the creation and power of devil fruits themselves. But specifically, certain devil fruits seem more tied to this great overarching ability than others. So Big Mom literally has the soul fruit. She literally told us that she consumes the soul. That is straightforward. With Emu, I think that it is also straightforward. And through them both in flaming eyes, I think that you can include Loki. But however it specifically works, it is also Luffy and Pyro. All of this to end.
We're chicken. We gotta make sure that we're washing our hands, guys.
Loki and Luffy
Because it's chicken.
similar powers.
Wow.
Powers derivative of an
I'm
immense
writing
energy
down.
you could compare to a sun. So we might have two sun gods. They are both poverty versions of the eternal flame, which might actually be the most substantial aspect of the One Piece treasure itself. This leads us back to Loki as the Nidhogg. In the most direct and general way that I can state this, the Nidhogg's powers from actual Norse mythology are tied to the cycle of life and death and the destruction of the world, or Ragnarok. It rules this place called Nastron, or Corpse Shore, this venomous hall in hell where both thinkers, murderers, and adulterers are punished. Basically, it is another there, Nidhogg sucks the corpses of the dead. Here's another quote.
You might be asking
related to
yourself, why isn't she not
There
cleaning yet?
comes the dim
I'm still
dragon
messing with raw chicken.
Nidal.
So I'm about to season this stuff.
Which, as a fun
And
fact,
then
is
I'll
very
clean.
similar to what just happened.
But I'm about to
in
throw some
Loki's
seasoning
eye.
on here, and I don't want my hand.
And all of this, I think, relates to what the Nidal does, at least most of the time, and constantly choose one of the 3 roots of Yggdrasil, or the World Tree. The specific root reaching into Melthelm, or the icy underworld.
Excuse me?
I think that it's worth pointing out that Brooke has already told us, because he has already died, that the underworld in One Piece is also icy. This is where Brooke claims his ice powers are derived from. And I think this also makes for a fairly persuasive argument that the ice might actually be related to Loki, not Ratatoskr. So if you're using actual Norse mythology to speculate what the Nidog's powers are, I honestly think the best guess is that it's related to literally the souls of the dead. I just also happen to believe
This is
that
onion
the
powder?
souls of the dead are the power source to the things in the world that can warp reality and literally do anything. And so with this, in an incredibly roundabout way, we have arrived again where Loki in every medium ever
A
is
bit of
always
cumin.
an illusionist and a trickster. I believe that Loki can use the Nidal fruit and the energy there within to literally warp reality, just the same as our own world, which would make him
Some
a lot
coriander?
closer to being Nika.
Coriander
And I think most people
is
are
the
ready.
seeds of
But if you're
cilantro
enjoying this, there's
mashed up. Oregano, that's what I was looking for. I'm going to put
This is a capsule,
garlic powder on here.
a time capsule, with the power to reverse fragility, fatigue, decay, aging.
You could put these in there.
Epicellular
I'm not
level.
going to put this on there.
Love thyself.
I'm gonna use.
Love thyself.
I'm gonna make oil itself.
Fatty 15.
But you guys could, if you don't have any. I should get out this stuff real quick because I know I'm gonna use it. You could also use olive oil. I'm trying not to use it anymore because of the MSG.
So as we let
Get
the
out
video off,
the
there has
bay
been
leaves as well.
a preponderance of dragons.
And then on top of that, I am going
Or
to
really,
add.
not just recently, for a while
I
now,
have citrus
dragons in all forms,
powder.
everywhere. We didn't even mention that Killingham actually has.
I have a lot
dragon
of spices,
blood.
guys.
The same is true, I think, of all the ancient
you
zones.
can
All the
tell.
dinosaurs are classified as dragons. Celestial dragons. There's an actual dude named Dragon. Big hungry creating dragons.
See, guys, this is
Actually,
coriander.
in the context of this chapter, the world
If you guys
building
ever were
is
wondering.
super interesting because not only did Vegapunk
But-
want to recreate specifically the dragon devil fruit, the artificial one that Ono eventually ate.
See, this
but it
is
was
orange
also
peel
interested
and
in
lemon peel.
giantification.
So
Really makes
I'm
you
going
wonder
to
whether
add
they're
a
trying
bit
to
of
subvert fate itself
lemon
by
peel.
not only creating the dragon devil fruit so it couldn't slip out of their fingers, but then also create
And just a bit of that
giant-sized
orange
human
peel as
who
well.
consume it and utilize it to its full potential. So legitimately, dragons span everywhere, and I think we should be asking the question, why is this? Aside from dragons just being innately cool, kind of like robots. Well, guys, I think that this has a lot to do with prophecy, and there are 2 prophecies that I'm pretty sure exist. Firstly, I believe that it is known that a dragon will destroy the world, or turn it upside down, or save it. However, in the world of prophecy, it is very easy to misinterpret the actual meaning. And I think that overall, it's very confusing. Because it also mentions that these.
And you know what? Just because we want to be a little fancy,
then putting both of
let's
these
throw this
together,
in there.
the logical conclusion that a dragon is destined to defeat another dragon and remake the world. In my opinion, it
This
is because
is
of the
paprika,
combination of these
smoked
2
paprika.
prophecies that Loki, as the
Fits
hero,
well with
as
this
the
'cause it's
dragon,
Caribbean food,
believes
Puerto Rican
himself to be
specifically.
the sun god, and why others might believe that as well. And
Smells
also
really
why
good.
his
It's not even
goal
that spicy, it's
is
just
to
smoked.
defeat and dethrone the celestial dragons. The sun god dragon changes the world, destroys it, or saves it by defeating dragons. And it's not just Elbap that we're talking about here, right? Because Kaido also ate a dragon devil fruit. That was the devil fruit that he wanted. And King wonders is
Here's the achote.
unique. Kaido doubts this.
We're gonna cut
He
this.
doesn't believe that he will actually be the one to create the
And
world.
a little bit of olive oil, just
Instead
a little bit.
choosing to prioritize the
to be able to mix it well.
Says that Nika is supposed to defeat this great dragon. Obviously, Kaido's motivation in all of this was to become a dragon, so that one day he would be able to fight the greatest warrior history will ever know. This is why initially he wanted to believe that Luffy was Nika and was initially disappointed when he thought that he had won. Because Kaido very much did not care about living. He just wanted to know, is Nika real? So in my opinion, within this, you have dozens of layers of foreshadowing. Bear in mind, most likely, Kaido is not this real dragon. It is much more likely that Loki has the fruit that Kaido thought that he ate. But what does Kaido actually do? He can conjure clouds, which he climbs. We've already talked about the creation of Sky Cloud related to the souls of the dead, but clouds also symbolically represent dreams. So Kaido actually has a dumbed down and twisted version of what we have been speculating that Loki, as the Nidhogg, can do. Powers similar to Nika. Make dreams become reality. And don't let it pass you by that Kaido was defeated during the Fire Festival, when the citizens of Wano released their dreams or their desires into the sky as little tiny flames. If you really think deeply about it, the Fire Festival is a ceremony in which people ask the deceased.
So we made some slits on it, and then what we're gonna do now is we're gonna add some mojo.
Which we've speculated has the power to manifest dreams. The Blackbeard tells us that dreams don't die. Seems pretty eternal to me.
Not too much,
Kaido's
though.
Dragon Devil Fruit is based off of the Japanese myth or lore of the koi that climbed the waterfall. Essentially, Kaido is magic.
That's enough.
He's not a real dragon. He's a false god. Resembles the dragon in a lot of ways, not the dragon. But funnily enough, this being true, that would make Momonosuke's artificial fruit a copy of a copy. In fact, most likely Oda designed Momonosuke's story arc to resemble the magic arc. Through sheer determination with bravery, Momonosuke metaphorically climbed the waterfall.
And then we're gonna leave that in an oven in the fridge until we're ready to cook it.
So in Wano, you had two dragons, literal dragons, clash. And in a way, it could be argued the winner of this fight, Momonosuke, went on to become king of the world of Wano. A new dragon now rules Wano, and the world is created. I believe that this will lead into
Not the strobe
characters
lights.
or other factions' role in the story.
God damn.
Somebody or something is going to defeat the Steel Dragon.
Sorry about
All
that.
of this would explain their natures, would it not? If a dragon is supposed to save the world and then rule over it, why wouldn't these people who believe that their ancestors saved the world and now rule over it, why wouldn't they call themselves dragons? They either want to believe or actually believe that they will. But then again, you have a dragon on dragon clash. Then again, isn't the sun god supposed to defeat the dragon? My money is on the celestial dragon. Interpreted as a dragon. And oh yeah, who is the enemy of these celestial dragons? A guy named Monkey D. Dragon. The point is that the prophecy highlights a dragon on dragon clash. The winner remains the winner. So I don't think the people in Elbaf that believe it's possible that Loki is Nika or that far off. Because I think that it is intuitive to believe that the sun god is a dragon. But wait a second, David. We know that Nika is Luffy.
All right, let's wash these dishes real quick that have chicken on it and wash the
Luffy
sink.
also possesses a devil fruit, which warps reality and is largely dependent, unlike Luffy himself, who leads to the tree. So I have to give a shout out to Ohara Fox here because I'm aware that he's been speculating this for a while. So let's consider this I believe that Luffy does not know that Nika is actually the dragon. He has been and will be the dragon that is defeating other dragons to be
With Chili's, get their real-time match delivered in a splash. Neptune has a thing for fish. So does
Cool.
Venus. So they get to eat salmon for dinner. And the pet fish get to stay off the menu. For fast delivery, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
How long should a talking stage last? I think it shouldn't last more than a month.
I'm thinking about an hour to 3 hours.
Like 3 months. I feel like if it's longer, then he's leading you on.
3 months max. If he doesn't want to be more after that, done.
Honestly, the fan translation of One Piece chapter 1175 makes this incredible. Because the title of that chapter is Nidog.
So the next part, what we're doing, we're gonna be making dashi.
So the straightforward way to
if
read
you guys
this
don't know
is
what
that
dashi
this title
is,
in this
let's
chapter is
see.
a confirmation of what Loki's devil fruit is, also confirms aspects of Loki's powers. But what if he is not the only thunder dragon
keep it on the low.
featured in the chapter? Oda draws Luffy once again catching
Keep it on the
lightning,
low.
and then infusing that.
Alright, yeah,
in a
we're gonna be making
global
dashi.
punch. Booming
Dashi,
bomb.
we're gonna be using
If Luffy is actually a
Kombu.
dragon, he is also
We're gonna be using
dragon. In fact,
bonito
all of
flakes,
the
and then we're gonna be throwing
aspects
some of these little
prophecies we have yet
anchovies
to
as well
because
to
we've
build
been
up that
speculating
taste.
Loki has power similar to Nika, and it's dependent on what Loki
And we're just gonna bring it to a simmer. We're not going to let this fucking bring to a boil. We don't want that scum. We want a simmer, and once it starts simmering, we're gonna pick up the scum that collects on top. So first step, I'm gonna put some water on here, put it on the stove.
And if that's not enough for you,
Gonna open this stuff up. Make it a Ziploc bag because I know I'm gonna put it in there once I'm done. All of these, to be honest. Let me see. Throw that on there.
Of this entire video even more, right? Because Oda's being very repetitive, but there have to be differences.
We're going to put that on the side.
And Luffy, yet Luffy, Loki, Thunder Dragons, and some power to manifest their imagination.
And I hope you guys can see me.
Personally, I think Killingham in Elbaf is a clue. Killingham, who is also consumed another variant of the dragon fruit, the kirin. The kirin in Japanese mythology, not Chinese, in Japanese mythology is predominantly featured as a lightning dragon. Just like Kaido, Killingham using this fruit is able to fly by stepping on or climbing.
So this is where the dashi's at. We're going to these are stanky. Yeesh.
The main way that he uses this ability is he extracts.
And most we're gonna leave this for 30 minutes, to be honest. We're not gonna, we don't have to leave it simmering for too long.
Throughout this video, we clouds which symbolically represent dreams. Well, what do clouds produce? Two aspects of the thing. I also realize that we haven't mentioned monkey deed dragon most likely has powers.
And then we're going to add some of these anchovies. Not too much though, I don't really want too pungent. And on top of that, we're gonna try one of these because you got to try new things, right?
We also know that the gods of the world are the selected dragons. They most likely selected this name.
They're not bad.
History. And we have some very strong
they're not bad.
to this history if you look at the Shandians. The Shandians sacrifice to the god they worshipped, who was the snake.
A little bitter at the end.
And although we don't know that Enel was a dragon, we do know that Enel was
I think it might be the eyes.
with lightning powers. I bet
But
your ears
the
perked
tail?
up at that. Yeah, this has been in the works. All of this leads to the conclusion that both in the past and currently, dragons are gods. And it seems as though the most realized form of this power is evidenced through Nika, the ability to basically do Anyway,
Yeah, that bitterness comes from the head.
Fairly standard interpretation of what God can do. But if you've been listening really closely this entire time, you might say, wait a second, JB. Didn't you speculate earlier that Mika is lesser than power to the eternal flame?
Not my greasy ass lips.
So you might say that the true power of the dragon, what the dragon is supposed to be able to do is, and all of this needs to be true, that the eternal flame is not something man created. The eternal flame is something man stole from God. Now we really feel like we're speculating about a pirate story. The eternal flame is the dragon. In a similar way as Kaido or Momonosuke, Yuki or Luffy is a lesser than copy of the original. The original real-life dragon has the power of death. All of these other things are simply stories and the mostly lost knowledge that existed. So right about here, there's about a dozen.
And this just tastes salty as hell.
But I think we need
y'all
a
want me
little
to try
bit of a breather. So let's just put our heads up into the clouds.
Tastes like the sea.
If the eternal flame was original,
That anchovy
fire of the literal
in my mouth tastes like I just got caught in a wave, and that salt is in the back of my throat. Pretty strong. I'm excited to see how the stock is gonna turn out. I have never added the fish, but like I said, we gotta keep an eye on it. We do not want this to come to a boil. We just want to simmer it. So your dashi is gonna be your base to everything. And Japanese cooking, there are vegetarian dashis that you can make. I have even more kombu up here, but put that up there. All my packaged stuff up here. Okay. So I want to get the boil started so that I could focus on the prep for breakfast tomorrow while that's cooking. So right now I'm just gonna prep the vegetables for the guisado. So I think I have some sofrito left over. If not, we're gonna make a quick sofrito. Nothing too much from the scraps that we used today. We're gonna make a sofrito.
That person became the dragon's treasure. The dragon loved it. And so we've talked about this in a lot of videos recently. I hate repeating myself, but what can you do with treasure after it's acquired? This has been reenacted in several different ways. You protect the things that you love. And if you really love it, you may be willing to sacrifice, including your own life. But here in my dragon.
Forgive me, y'all.
There are two ways that this story generally plays out. Instead, just like fearing the depth of the water. If you were like me, you're thinking about Trafalgar Law's Devil Fruit, specifically his ability to bring supposedly at the cost of his own life. Trafalgar Law of the Heart Pirates.
Real quick, we're gonna sharpen these knives.
Another power ultimately humanity ended up with, subjectively, the world's and the dragon's greatest treasure. And then for some amount of time, one person had everything the world had to offer. Was to make all who are worthy immortal forever, sacrificing nothing but God. They wished to make everybody who was worthy, and also to fulfill all of these people's dreams. But it's important that we are specifically excluding those who are not worthy. Nobody wants bad people to live forever and have the power of a god. But the extremely deep question this creates is, who is worthy? And how is that determined? And I think that the Eternal Flame's answer to this question was the creation of devil fruit. And although it eventually spawned many, many powers, I think that it began with 1 to 3. That there are 3 devil fruits which bring you closest to the power of the dragon. Essentially, the 3 greatest powers of the dragon.
My bad, guys.
Split up into 3 dragon fruits.
It wants
and
to
we
act
have
up
seen
now.
all of these fruits already.
What the heck?
So I want to make sure that I say this. I think that all 3 of these devil fruits have slightly different powers, but all 3 can essentially do what a dragon does in different ways, and they have strengths. 2 of these are extremely obvious because we have been talking about it throughout the entirety of this video. Nika and the Nidhogg. Both of these names, by the way, are totally irrelevant because neither truly
This is why
the essence of
I
what
fucking hate
is.
doing content. I can barely concentrate on what I actually have to do.
Is God's love or ability to create. Just the same as stars create everything in the universe, Nika is a creator. But when it comes to the other 2 fruits, I'm not entirely certain of which one is which. But I think that they're aspects of the dragon. It's not love, it's hate and fear. Love leads to creation, hate leads to destruction, and fear leads to preservation. So look guys, I understand that these specific words might trigger a lot of people. So if you need to, think about God as a sentient being, a dragon. Although in a worldly sense, what is deemed as God or gods both hate and fear. God's wrath or punishment for sin, as well as possessing the desire to eat. These 3 concepts together create a balanced whole. So for now at least what we are going to argue, again related to the powers of the sun itself, is that the Nidhogg's strength represents the aspect of God as a destroyer. I wonder if Loki awakened his devil fruit just like Nika, would it exude this passive energy of hate, not the drums of liberation, but the drums.
Alright guys.
As people listen to Nika's heartbeat, they feel inspired to dance, to be free. Related to this, I believe that if Loki were to awaken his fruit, it would inspire people around him to impress. But for now at least, I don't think that Loki's fruit is actually awakened. So what we have right now for Loki and the Nidhogg is simply his best idea of destruction incarnate. And if I'm honest, I think that the fruit itself, once Loki consumed it, encourages this. So Nika has the potential to create essentially anything. Loki's devil fruit has the potential to destroy anything. Now I'm sure you're aware dragons, so what is the third? So I have created a triad on the triangle drawing from psychological contracts. The reason that I've chosen to do this is partly I was inspired by the Holy Trinity. God the Father, God the Son,
Fuck.
and God the Holy
Finally,
Spirit.
y'all.
Three distinct aspects
Okay,
of one
jeez.
God-like whole, which
Alright.
you could further break down into the desire to protect and the desire to rule. The Father creates, the Son protects, and the Holy Spirit guides. The Trinity that I've created, in my opinion, forms a relatively balanced cycle that essentially includes everything that I can think of in terms of fundamental human responses to the world. Creation and bonding or love, preservation and survival, fear, and...
This week at Kroger, the more you buy, the more you save. Simply mix and match 5 or more participating items and you'll save $1 each with your card. Plus, check out this great deal on USDA Choice boneless chuck roasts. Just $6.99 a pound with your card. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
We're looking for adults 45 and under to be in our HPV vaccination ad. Sound like you?
Not me. In a relationship.
If you sexually active.
Destruction or renewal, hate. All of these interconnect dynamically. And so fear manifests as the power to preserve. It halts change when change feels dangerous. It freezes action to avoid loss. It builds barriers against potential harm. Excessive fear without love or hate can lead to frozen, unchanging existence. Life preserved, not truly lived. And I think that this adequately describes the world that Emu has created. So I think that Emu is also secretly a dragon, specialized in the power of fear. And in my opinion, the way that this manifests is as the power of control. Emu's strength is their ability to rule. Emu's authority or dominion, such that Emu possesses the ability to protect what they treasure, similar to the sun's eternal struggle to keep all of its own. Physically, all that is within its orbit, all that it owns. Emu can literally grant immortality to, quote, those they do more. So unlike Loki currently, I do think that Emu has a wisdom to their devil fruit. My speculation is that there is an associated drums with Emu's fruit as well. This, I think, would inspire people to protect the things that they treasure or desire. Let's call it the drums of desire. It just so happens that in many cases this will manifest as fear because we desire to protect our own lives. I also think that it's the case that Emu has the ability to control their being's desire and then reinforces those desires. But anyway, guys, and once again, I do think that all three of these devil fruits have aspects of all of the others. Loki may have a strength to destroy anything, but Loki also possesses the ability to create, similar to but lesser than Luffy. Likewise, while Emu's fruit might embody the ability to rule, Luffy also gains followers fairly easily through his nature. And while Luffy may be some sort of god of creation, Luffy has also showcased on multiple occasions the ability to destroy and also protect. But yeah, we could go on all day. Why do I think the Eternal Flame is greater than Nika and greater than all of these fruits? Well, because
did I forget to get garlic?
I
I have a little bit of garlic.
One piece has been split into thirds. And because of this, the world is deeply
We're gonna use all the garlic we have.
I'm speaking to you, and you're welcome to have your own thoughts and conclusions for how this might all work. I literally just made all of this up. There are so many other additional questions or assumptions you can make. For instance, we're speculating that this dragon ruled the One Piece world for eons of this immortal being. Is it meant to represent the one true God? Or is it just another false god? Does it instead represent both the strengths and the weaknesses of humanity itself? So I'm not going to explore all the nooks and crannies of everything that I've said. I encourage you to think for yourself. Perhaps Nika, as a unique aspect of this godlike being, is actually in some ways superior because of its strength to love. Opposite to this, I also think that it's relevant to speculate that Luffy is not
We're gonna make
Nika.
the best of it.
Luffy ate the Nika devil fruit, but Luffy is Luffy. As Nika, I believe the fruit inspires Luffy to create. But it may be important for Luffy to retain aspects of his actual self and his own desires to both destroy and protect. This same conversation would likewise apply to Loki. Loki has consumed this fruit of destruction incarnate. He shouldn't give in to it entirely. He needs to retain the aspects of himself that desire to both love and protect. I just find this to be a cool twist. It's not Nika that saves the world. It's actually Luffy with the Nika fruit. Only a person with immense personal willpower can wield this power or this weapon in a way that improves the world. It's a devil fruit after all. It's a curse. Perhaps similar to Zoro and his cursed swords, the idea isn't to let the sword rule you, it's to master the sword and make it bend to your will. Either way, I believe in the idea that the eternal flame is derivative of the power of a dragon in the world of One Piece. It's metaphorically the fire of the gods.
You want to get rid of
The
that
eternal
little slimy
flame is the
film
most substantial
to help
aspect
cut,
of what the
so
One
if
Piece
not,
treasure is.
that knife
And
fucking
its power
slips.
has been split into thirds.
There go your finger.
So here I just want to make some concluding speculations, and I think in everything that I just said, probably the point in which people
I'm
might
not
disagree the most or
cooking
have
any
different
dish from
ideas
One Piece
is
specifically,
where exactly
but I
would
am
Blackbeard fit in
just
all
listening
this?
to
Why
like some
didn't I choose
theories
to make
and
Blackbeard's
stuff like
fruit
that as I
now
cook.
known to me also a dragon?
I'm cooking
and really the short answer
stewed
here is
chicken,
I could have.
and
I was
I'm
tempted to.
preparing
I just couldn't
chawanmsuhi,
quite
which
figure it
is
out. The idea wasn't as cool.
Japanese,
But I do think that
Korean,
with Blackbeard or
egg
Blackbeard fruit,
custard
it
dish
relates
for
to
my
anything that we've
breakfast.
been talking about.
So
It's the souls of the literal damned. The collective essence of the people who have been deemed unworthy. Oath breakers, adulterers, murderers.
Thank you for joining my
At the
stream,
very
though.
least, these
Appreciate
are the
it.
types of people that Blackbeard has recruited into his crew.
I'm listening
Basically,
to
I
Joy
think
Boy
that
theories right
Blackbeard
now.
represents people who are not treasured, those who are not loved, therefore those who are destroyed and forgotten. And you can stop and hear look words at themselves. These are the only people who actually die. But you can almost literally hear Blackbeard argue back that these people had dreams, and dreams don't die. So I'm just leaving that open-ended. I truly do not know. And this very much interrelates with the Davy clan, because both Roxy Zebek and probably Blackbeard intentionally decide to love something or someone that is not loved by anybody else. So rather than imagining this as part of the Trinity, I imagine it as an outside force, which
You know what I hate cutting the most
which for
is
me at least works
onions.
at least a little bit, because Blackbeard's
Shallots
main
included.
ability
Fuck.
is to steal devil
I'm
fruit
gonna
power.
chop this
It
up
is the
again.
counter
I'm
to
trying to get it all
of
to
these
be
items. We've also been talking
small
a lot
mince.
about the sun and the sun
But,
god, and Blackbeard's
yeah.
other main ability
That's
is
what I'm doing
black
right now.
hole, what just happens to be a thing
Oh,
in the
I
universe,
appreciate it. I'm not the
which
best at it.
consumes stars. But a little
I went
bit
to
outside
school
this hyper
for this,
headcanon,
but
I just want to point
I'm
out
not the best
that
at it and
Blackbeard
stuff
is the
like
only
that.
known character in the story
But
that can
if I can
consume
get most of
more
them
than one devil fruit.
to be
And
like
specifically,
that.
the theory for a long while is that Blackbeard can
You wanna,
consume
when you have
three,
a
because he is
vegetable
associated
like
in
this,
various ways
just
with
a
the
quick
number three. I truly wonder if he was a character who was
how
built
to.
to be
I
destined
have
to
these
become
sliced.
a dragon, but to attempt
You put
to
your
defeat
thumb
all
or your
of
hand,
them in all
and then you
of
just
the
slice that way.
iterations. Essentially, a
And then you
person
come
who
back
has
up,
decided to reject
and then you
God
cut.
as an ideal. Blackbeard is
So,
the purest representation of a lack of motivation.
There's like different
and
cutting
desire
techniques.
to help others or the world.
I've worked
Basically,
in like
he's a
fine
knight.
dining
All
before,
that matters is
Japanese
your
fine
life.
dining,
Eat or be eaten,
where
kill
like this, for
or
example,
be
this is more of
killed.
a
Then it's over.
traditional
Nothing else matters
French
except
technique.
escaping the pain.
This would be French.
You
You see, I'm not picking it up. This is more of like a modern technique, but with Japanese cooking and with Japanese swords, not swords, knives, which this is technically a
Essentially, Blackbeard's story is an alternate
modeled
version
after.
of Aces.
You wanna
After Goldie Roger died, the world
pull
government
it.
scoured
You wanna
the world
let the
for
knife do the
Ace,
work.
But ultimately,
But
unable
yeah, I'm
to
just gonna
find
chop this up real
Black
quick.
and Rock Steve Zebek died. The world government scoured the world for Rox's son Blackbeard, and they found him. Because of this, he experienced unimaginable
You just gotta practice.
as a child.
Like I said, I
And
was in
my
culinary
opinion,
school,
the end result of all of this
getting
is
my
suddenly
second degree
Blackbeard
right now
possesses
in
the
plant-based
unique
cuisine.
ability to
But when I
consume
was taking
more than
in-course
one devil. So the
classes,
question this begs
in-person
is, why
classes,
exactly is the world
we had to
government
do like
interested in
exams
creating a
for
person
this,
who
and that's
potentially
pretty
has the ability to
nerve-wracking.
consume more
But
than
unless you're
one
like in
devil.
fine dining,
Personally, I think that it's related
I
to
personally
a
believe
similar
that
desire
it's not really
to
necessary,
to create
as long as like
devil fruit.
the technique
It's
and the
all part of
intention
Enu's goals
is
to
there. I think that's
maintain
what separates
their control
good
of the world. I actually think
cooks,
that we
because
need
even
be
you can go to
looking for
culinary
food
school and you could still not know what the fuck you're doing.
I don't think
But it's
that
about
Enu is
intention. It's
satisfied
about
with
how much
their powers
you're willing to
alone.
learn
We already kind of
about
know
the food that you're
Enu was
cooking.
likely foiled during the 20th century because
yeah.
of Joy Boy, who had the Nika. Enu wishes to become something closer to the One Piece itself by consuming the other major dragon elements. I think that Blackbeard just happens to be the successful experiment Inu desired to eventually change their own body so that they can
I have a theory though.
more than one fruit.
I feel
and
like
solidify their
the
eternal
Ennie's lobby
control over
is gonna
the
come in
world. But
clutch
this can
when
be
it
taken
comes
in
to
a
the
number of
Hammer
other
clan,
directions.
the Galila,
Last
because
thing that we want to speculate is
did you
that for
notice
longest
that those
time,
doors?
I think the general theory that
I was
people
rewatching
think
Ennie's
are
lobby,
devil fruits,
and as soon as they pull up to
especially
Ennie's
regarding
lobby,
devil fruits and
not to Ennie's lobby, to Water 7. I'm sorry. As soon as they pull up to Water 7, Luffy. As soon as they pull up to Water 7, Luffy mentions how the gates are big, and there's like about 7 of them,
all of these are
and that they could.
of lesser gods.
They could fit giants through those doors, and I feel like that has to do with the Galila
Follow
giants.
the story of Ryuma. Ryuma slayed
So yeah,
a dragon.
similar to the garlic
So,
and stuff
at some
like
point in
that.
the past, like dragons as an actual creature.
One time I
wasn't just
almost
one of
cut
them.
off.
They were, you know, that many
Yeah.
of them existed. And above them all was this dragon, which
I feel like
produced the flame,
in culinary
basically
school
the king of
there could be
kings,
some
king
really
of the
dick
dragons.
chef
So it's the
instructors. With this
souls of
one,
these
with
deceased
garlic and stuff
dragons
like that, you want to
which
use like a
existed
paring
within the
knife.
sea
I
and
personally do not
became
want to
power
get
source for
another
the eternal
knife dirty
flame.
though.
So basically, all
So I'm just being
devils
careful,
are
and I'm
dragons.
using my thumb,
They actually
and
all
I'm
work
just
reality. It's just
slicing
that the
it
vast majority of them only work
little by
reality
little,
in
using
one
the
very
tip,
specific way. But yeah,
attempting
can
to
probably
get
tell
like
at this point. We're a little
a
bit
millimeter,
I appreciate your grace
like,
in allowing me to
you know,
just go off. Exploring
as
the
I'm going,
possibilities, even
not trying to
when
go
you
all the way
basically have
deep,
no
trying to
clues
keep that root
whatsoever.
intact.
Just an idea is also pretty fun. But yeah, guys, with that being said, I hope that you understood and enjoyed the video. As always, I'm curious as to what you guys think. Leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Like the video, subscribe, click the bell to be notified.
You see how I'm cutting,
have a
pulling, gotta pull that, gotta get better at that. But, and then this one, I will say with garlic, it's easier to just
With Chewy,
do
get their
this
mealtime
instead of
snacks
rocking,
delivered
instead of
fast.
pulling back toward you.
George needs
I
a
think it's a
senior
lot easier
formula
this
to
way.
help with his joints, and Teddy doesn't.
Like I said, I'm still
He'll
not the
have
best at
puppy
it, but most of those
For low
pieces are
prices
chopped.
For life with pets, there's Chewy.
I can't hit 100% of my shots, but I can file free with TurboTax.
I gotta do my taxes.
And just really transparent. TurboTax has helped me file more confidently for sure. You can file your taxes free with TurboTax.
Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. Click for eligibility.
Oh hey, you there. How's it going?
I haven't seen any Civs
Happen to know
videos.
what time it is? I don't have my watch on me. Huh? What was that?
Do you watch any YouTube,
I
any
don't
One
speak
Piece
Chinese.
theory videos? This guy's Civ is pretty
It's
funny.
One Piece SBS time? That is right, everybody. It is time for volume 114 SBS Corner. Brother, we got a flurry of great questions asked this time around, as well as your usual gobbledygook, and we are here to go through them together. So, first up, I think it is important to take a gander at that volume cover, and of course, since this is the God Valley volume, we got a cover featuring no Straw Hats, but instead, the Rock's Pirates. And it is impressive. You know, I do love the old Ken a lot. I think it has a lot of aura. And initially, when we first saw this, a lot of people were like, yo, where is Stussy? Stussy is not here. Well, as you can see inside the volume cover, she is hidden within the Skull-O.
Oh,
that right
is.
there is a major W for all the Stussy fans who thought that Oda forgot about them. But I will say this, we did not get any justice for my guy Barbell even within the volume cover. Very unfortunate stuff, you know, go back through all the previous One Piece volumes, all 113 of them. Yes, characters have been behind the logo before, but you can at least see their eyes, you can at least see a majority of their head. Barbell is entirely covered. Why did Oda do this? Is it because he wants to hide the truth about our favorite fishman? I think so. So, enough of that jibber jabber, time to get on to the first volume SBS question. And here we go. To kick things off, we got the first question where somebody says, are there any standard activities or games that Luffy and the crew play during their party? Not an important question, but you know, we will get to the bigger ones here in a bit. Oda says there are plenty. once Brooke gets into the swing of things, he immediately starts playing the piano or violin. Frankly, going to the guitar, and then the singing before it begins. Then there's the classic chopsticks in the nose, low games as well. Arm wrestling, board games, Jenga. Okay, so you guys get the gist, right? They essentially just play every game under the sun that they can
this one's good.
on the Thousand Sunny. And they also blindfold themselves in plank walk. They sumo wrestle, and Usopp has an imitation show. The standard thing, above all, is probably singing, which of course
we're going to quarter these, and then we're gonna just put them
because of the drums of liberation, right?
in,
you know, since they're over here playing rock band on the side, once they were
a container so that we can blitz them and then
exactly
have tomato sauce. Trying to stay away from the canned stuff, the amount of sodium that it has. Trying to get rid of that. So,
sell your favorite crypto assets today.
just gonna do a rough chop. Get rid of that. I like to work by the sink so that I can just toss the food to the sink when I'm done.
Use your voice to ask for a little help.
Sure.
Now you can really
keep that there for a bit.
More ways to search. Download the Google app.
I'm gonna use half of this bell pepper, I think. I'm not gonna use the full thing. I wanted the yellow bell pepper because I think the colors are nice.
Does the captain of the Cougar Pirates always become the Empress of Amazon Louis? Oda says it's actually the other way around. First, there is a saying in Amazon Louis. In this country, strength is beauty. The strongest and most beautiful person wins the throne as Empress. Simultaneously, they also serve as the captain of the Cougar Pirates.
We're gonna use these pieces
with the story of Shankiyaku, who successfully escaped the Celestial Dragons, being depicted in this volume. I feel like we can start to see why Hancock and her sisters were candidates
so
for
with
the
bell
Empress
peppers,
position, were
you
targeted
wanna
and enslaved by someone.
everything has its trick, right? We're not just fucking cutting shit up and not thinking about things all willy-nilly and stuff like that. We're gonna be taking out this white stuff, right? Because the white pit stuff is where the bitterness comes from. But if you take that off, then you get pretty tasty bell peppers without, you know, you can eat it raw without the pit. So I'm gonna make julienne sticks out of this real quick, and then I'm gonna make this into like a small dice. Not really minced, but I don't want big pieces of bell pepper when I'm eating the soup. I want everything to be able to fit into a spoon, and I want to get all the flavors each time. The only thing that I'm going to have that's a little bigger is the vegetables that I'm putting in. And the reason I'm going to put them a little bit bigger is because I want them to retain their texture and not becomes too soft. But this stuff, I do want this to become so soft that it kind of also like melts into the stock, into the broth and all that stuff.
But it looks like most of them just kind of take it off afterwards. That is interesting. That is a fun little lore question, huh? So, next one, I think a lot of people get a good kick out of this, but we finally got the name
We're gonna also put this.
Rox's sword revealed to us, and it is called Eclipse. That is a badass name. Alongside this, I really wish Oda went on to tell us what.
So this one I'm using like a rock emulsion because bell peppers kind of have like a waxy film on the end.
He was clashing with Roger. Roger was his rival.
I'm gonna cut out these ugly pieces.
So if Rox's sword Eclipse later gets revealed as one as well, I, again, would not be super shocked. So, next one, this brought a tear to my eye.
However, if your knife is sharp enough, it's okay regardless the side, right?
Moria down here. A reader says, is the Kozuki Moria seen in chapter 1158's cover page actually Gecko Moria? I bet you've received a mountain of questions about this. Please tell us, Odachi.
I think that's enough for me.
Right.
I'm gonna put this one up.
I actually wanted to reveal this during the Wano Country arc, but I couldn't find the right opening to fit it in. Post Wano, Oda. Post Wano, Oda, come on, man! I would have loved the Gecko Moria reveal. He says, based on the information I've given to you all so far.
Alright, and so now comes the cool veg. We're gonna do some peeling. We're gonna put some carrots and some radish in the stock. Why radish, you say? Radish, for its anti-inflammatory properties, the same way carrots They both have their uses in medicine and cooking, and I'm trying to heal my stomach, trying to heal my cyst that I have got going on right now. So,
he drifted ashore in water. The people of the Ringo region took him in warmly. Because they cherished him, they gave him the name Kozuki in honor of his strength. So it is confirmed right here, he is not related to Odin through blood. He is related to Odin in name, but not by blood. Even though he's not related by blood to Odin, it is still absurd that he got the Kozuki name. Because this was during Odin's era. This was during Tsukiyaki's reign. So they looked at him, they loved him, they knew he was strong, and they said, yo, you are a Kozuki. Absurd, man. That is so crazy. Oda says,
so I want to be intentional with these as well. I want to give them some cute cuts and stuff like that. So I'm going to attempt to get some flowers from the carrots, and I'm going to have like some scalloped radishes, but cut in half, and I'm going to round out those corners. I want them to all be able to fit in a spoon, so I'm going to cut those flowers in half as well.
Because Luffy beat Kaido and saved his country.
There's a specific name for this knife. I forgot what it's called, but it's made specifically for chopping up vegetables. I'm gonna sharpen it again, real quick. This is just a steel to hone your knife, so we're getting the blade straight, so that we're not sharpening a crooked ass knife, right?
Assume he had died and built a grave for him. I cut this from the main story. This is just all a need to know for the
Take your time doing this. You want to make sure that it's leaning up against the wall, so that we got the same angle each time. Now it's gonna smooth it out a little faster. One more. Yeah, done. And then strain this out. Get some of that metal shavings off. And then we're gonna rinse it again. We're gonna wipe it down. Alright, we're gonna start with the carrots.
And I do hope that this pays off later. I know Oda says that it's just, need to know information for now. But if Moria
cut
comes
this
back
into
into the
3.
story with Cross Guild or with the Straw Hat, Grand Fleet or something, yeah, hopefully they bring this up. Hopefully somebody says, hey Moria, have you heard about Kaido? Did you hear what Luffy did? Next one. This is a small one, but Oda does confirm
it's not going to come out perfect.
Of Shanks and Shamrock's mom. Her name was Magnolia. Oda doesn't give us any more information about her minus that.
Magnolia is a nice name considering that Shanks is a flower as well.
We do have the name
or Shamrock is a type of
flower, which is kind of interesting, huh? Magnolia. I feel like there's a good handful of characters in One Piece who are named after flowers. And boom, we got another one right here.
Amazon Lily. They're named after flowers, so it could be.
The name of Rox's ship. Rox's ship is just simply called Rox's Fury. Damn good name in my opinion. Next, hello Oda-sensei, you've mentioned that the Denden Mushi don't mind being captured by humans because they get fed.
Oh, this is a sweet
Does that mean
carrot.
that the Denden Mushi kept by the Straw Hat crew get to eat delicious meals made by Sanji? I love to know the details of how the crew takes care of things like their Denden Mushi. Oda says, right, well first of all, on the Sunny, there is one long-distance Denden Mushi. Additionally, 5 members, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Robin, and Frankie, all carry baby dendenmushis, okay, which they sometimes lend to each other. Basically, as long as they have water, dendenmushi can survive for about 3 months without food. However, since communicating via thought waves uses a lot of energy, it's best to give them some leftovers after use. They're let loose in places like Robin's flower bed or Nami's tangerine grove on the upper deck of the Sunny. They're perfectly happy if you occasionally give them their favorites like cabbage or lettuce. Apparently on days when they get sprinkled with water from a watering can, they get so excited that their signals can reach all the way to the other side of the world, really. So you can make a phone call back to Chef Zeph, for example, if you just sprinkle some water on these little guys. Damn. Yo, we need to use these guys more often, brother. Why is Stussie's bat fruit this in Japanese? The bato bato with 2 T's spelled with a small su instead of just bato bato. In the Unlimited World.
Didn't come out that but good. But
Redfield also has a similar devil fruit, the mythical Zoan model vampire. Did you spell it that way to match the name previously established for him? Oda says you hit the nail so hard on the head, I can't even argue. If I were naming it with my current vibe, I'd probably go with Bato Bato with 1 T, but I must have had my reasonings for choosing Bato Bato with 2 T's back then, so I just stuck with that to make it consistent. Besides, it sounds like Kit Kat, which is tasty, so all is good, right? Yeah, dude. Patrick Redfield was kind
this
of
is gonna be
brother.
cricket as well, but
Zoan model vampire, that is an absurd devil fruit. Hopefully, no, I doubt it. I was gonna say maybe that still exists in the current world, but you know that's like a video game devil fruit, and I don't know if Oda will ever want to cross that ever. So we'll see. We'll see.
I'm not gonna cut that
The
one.
next thing we got is the age sheet for Yamato. Last time he did Jinbei and Vivi. Now Yamato is the next person up on the shopping block. And we see something kind of interesting. So at age 40 in the good timeline, we see that she looks pretty normal. She actually hasn't really aged a day in that picture. She says, "It's Wano country, let's go and have a visit, Luffy." So it kind of implies that in this good timeline, she joins the Straw Hat Pirates, or she's sailing with Luffy. So hey, as somebody who really loves the Yamato for Nakama agenda, I looked at that one and I smiled. Next up, at 60 years old, Yamato says, "I don't want to become a big shot," which, I don't know why that's really a thing. Also, it's really cool. If you look at her kimono, she does have moons on there. I wonder what that means, right? Land of Wano, there are some clans that do have the moon sigil, so maybe that's like a hint for something in the future. Next up, we go to the bad timeline, and she becomes a mushroom? We see that she says that I am Odin, and I guess mushrooms are an ingredient within Odin. So yeah, kind of cursed. Her eyebrows do change to look more like Odin's. She also has this crazy like brown going on, kind of a cursed image. And then at 60 years old, I think this is the first one we've ever had. Because every Straw Hat that has had one of these done in the past, even Vivi, Ace and Sabo and all them, we saw what they looked like when they were alive. They were still alive in the bad timeline, but in Yamato's bad timeline, she gets burnt to a crisp. Is this the first, like, death in an SBS? I think so. That's kind of crazy, man.
Taxes was so taxing.
So when I mean round out the corners, I meant this. And I might actually just use a paring knife.
Love feels easy when you're with someone who gets your vibe. Sunshine, slow moments, and picnics by the sea. That's the magic duet brings. Matching you with people who gets you, share your values, the little joys, and your lifestyle. No forced chats, just genuine connections. Find your match with Duet.
So next up, a reader says, Oda. So, I've been wondering this for a long time. saw this and I knew people were going to talk about this one. They asked, was that hooded figure talking to the 5 elders during the revolution about a certain pirate, Shanks, or was it Shamrock? Also, the hermit group comes up from the front of the when it comes to in for the important things, and then I kind of just, ignore some of these. It's a kind of mushy question. Now I understand. Toss to the wind. Look at that in the video. Look at the response. And he says, they clip from the back. And yes, it was in the anime. It was actually voiced by Shanks' voice actor, Suichi. Hopefully I pronounced it right. I realized, I forgot to tell the anime staff that it's not Shanks. Okay, here's the thing though. If they changed the voice actor, we would have known, what, like 6 years ago? I think that's an exaggeration, but like, X amount of years ago, that Shanks is a brother. It's a tough one. I feel like this almost would have ruined the reveal in a way, or maybe that would have been the reveal in and of itself. But he goes on and says, later, I did meet Shamrock's voice actor, Suda Kenjiro, and thought, yes, he's the one for Shamrock. So now, I'm thinking it's a good thing that I didn't rush to pick a voice actor back then. There we go, guys. It is confirmed that Shanks has beaten all of the rat allegations. As far as who Shamrock was talking about, when he mentions a certain pirate, I'm kind of leaning towards his brother being the pick, right? Okay, it's either his brother or Loki. I think those are my 2 real ones right now. So Shanks, one, maybe, Shamrock wants to inquire about Shanks, maybe he wants to go after Shanks or bring him back to the Holy Land, and that could work. Or we could also talk about Loki, because the first time we actually saw Shamrock was when he was trying to recruit Loki, who is considered a pirate. Yes, he's the Prince of Elbaf, but he's also a pirate. So maybe that's what it actually all was. So real quick, I actually held a poll about this exact topic, I think a couple months ago. Let me see here. All right, here we go. I found the poll. I held it 3 months ago, and as you can see, even with the Shamrock reveal, only 69% of people believe that the person who talked to the Gorsei was indeed Shamrock, while 31% held strong and said that it was actually just Shanks all along. And here we have it. In the SBS, we finally know that the person who talked to the Gorsei was indeed Shanks' brother. And just going back to the main debate points on why people thought that this was Shanks and not Shamrock, one of the lines that the Gorsei dropped was, oh, you traveled quite a distance to get here. Why would they say that to Shamrock? Well, we do know that the God Knights live in Shangara, so maybe it is a long distance from Shangara to Pangaea Castle. And not just that, but we also know that God Knights do go on missions outside of Marie's Raw. So maybe Shamrock was out on the open seas, and then he had to come all the way back home to talk to Gorsei. And now, what about the hood? Well, I mean, he just has that hood often. I mean, dude, go back to the beginning of Elbaf. He has, like, the exact same hood on in Elbaf that he does here in the Gorsei room.
These knife cuts can get better,
finally
but
cleared the air. The only
we're
thing
learning,
we have to
y'all.
know now is simply who did Shamrock want to talk about? Was it Shanks? Was it Loki? Or was it Blackbeard? Or was
I also
it
have baby
There's
hands.
still a lot of options out there. I know I mainly just talked about 2.
Not a good excuse,
but in reality, we don't really know what Shamrock's journey so far has been like. So, next question. This is another big one.
Ask me why I'm doing this.
In chapter 1156,
Just for the
Roger
fucking
has
aesthetic,
the
y'all.
mustache skull, but Roger himself hasn't grown a mustache yet. Why is that? That is a big thing. I've had a lot of, One Piece theorists, people in the community, just talking about, oh, maybe this is Roger's mentor, maybe this is symbolic of an attack or something. Here we go. Oda finally explains Roger's Jolly Roger. Oda says, the Jolly Roger doesn't actually depict a mustache. What we're looking at is actually udon noodles.
No way.
You see, he laughs, that's udon. Yeah, I got questions about this one. I got it a lot. You're right. I think 99% of readers don't actually care. But now, 100% of you won't be able to unsee it. What should I do for the overseas fans? Is long macaroni okay instead of udon? yeah, you know, this is just something we just kind of roll with. I mean, here's the thing, right?
He's salty as fuck.
Question. It's like, yo, Roger, that's his namesake, brother. You know, Luffy and the Straw Hat. The Straw Hat is so meaningful for Luffy. So I think it was fair to look at Roger's flag and be curious, like, oh, like, how did that come about? What happened with that? You know, it doesn't even look like his mustache. What's up? And then it's just like, hey, it's udon noodles, man. Yeah, hey, actually, it's macaroni. Whatever you want. All right. Yeah, we're just having fun with this one.
Don't just buy crypto with any app. Securely buy.
I'm getting tired of this. My bad.
The lowest cost on average with Robinhood. Buy and sell over 25 crypto assets, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, Doge, and more. Trade on your terms day or night with 24/7 customer support. Securely send and receive crypto without deposit or withdrawal fees. Sign up is fast, easy, and secure. Download Robinhood.
Almost there, guys.
Learning a new language? Get the Google app to double check your work. Open Lens and select Translate. Then the app detects the language and can help you see if you wrote.
Yeah, I'm not doing this again.
Translate in over 100 languages. Download the Google app.
How about like this?
Next up, I also think this is pretty big. Somebody says, to celebrate Shiki's appearance in the main story, please tell us things like his age and the grade of his swords. Whoever asked the Roxy Zebek question, you should have added that last line in there. What is the grade of Zebek's sword? Come on, lock in, man. Oda says, sure. The character Shiki appears in the movie Strong World. If you're interested, go check it out. Let's see, what can I tell you? He is currently 73 years old. His swords, Oto and Kogarashi, are both Ryo Wazumono skillful grade blades. He likes gold leaf sushi and hates burdock root. He hails from Yano country, a place that is a rougher version of Wano country. That is so interesting. Because a lot of people just assume that Shiki was from Wano because of his attire, because of his name. And same goes for Kyowo Silverax, his rival. But now, instead of saying they're both from Wano, we can just simply say that they're from this Timu version of Japan called Yano. His hobbies are konto, comedy sketches, and bonsai plants. So, big thing about this, we already knew about his blades, but now we know that they're one of the 50 graded blades out there. Not supreme grade. They're not even 2 of the 21 great blades out there. And you know what? I think that's fair. You know, Shiki probably just wanted legs as soon as possible. So he pretty much just settled with whatever he could find, which is Oto and Kogarashi, which are decent blades nonetheless. So,
But he's all of the veg, guys.
since Oda said that he is currently 73 years old, that is like a subtle confirmation that Shiki is still alive. Could we see him in the future of this story? I do wonder. You know, now that we have this subtle confirmation, it's like, yo, like, the world is sinking.
I'd imagine
The
that these cuts
rising.
also
We could definitely use
make it
somebody
easier to digest and to
ability
swallow.
in the world of One Piece.
These
But
are
going back
Japanese
to
cuts
older SBS,
that I'm
Oda
using.
talked about how he doesn't like Shiki's devil fruit because it's kind of broken right now. So we'll see what he does with that. You know, maybe we just leave Shiki in the dark. Next up, somebody says, in the nightmare shown in chapter 1142, I can't believe the kids' greatest fear wasn't their final exams. Oda-sensei, what is your greatest fear? Is it the PTA, the Parent Teacher Association? Oda says, manifesting a final exam as a monster is hard. Also, this wasn't even a question. You just decided for me. But you're right. I am scared of the Parent Teacher Association. In case you don't know, this is a long, ongoing joke that Oda's had throughout a lot of his SBSs. He is scared of the Parent Teacher Association. Next up, we only have a couple left. They say, Oda-sensei, for people in One Piece who dress like this, referring to the high-cut outfits in the image. One image is Nami's Elbaf skirt, and one image is the Kuja skirt outfit. Are they not wearing any underwear? And Oda says, of course they are not wearing any underwear. I mean, how would they wear anything under that? Can you please stop ruining our dreams? So, let me confirm. Nami in Elbath. Let me see. Does Robin have the same outfit on? Robin Elbath outfit. Is Robin just going full flaps to the wind? She is. Maybe, maybe not. That one's undecided. But as far as Nami goes, just know that she has nothing underneath that. A subtle breeze would genuinely give everybody a show. You know, it's funny to think about it because Rhoda is the one who gives Nami the outfit. So Rhoda said, you know what? Still can't be sitting. Next question, somebody said, and now we get the final SPF where somebody says, hello, Otis, and say, that's Captain John, and John is doing it a lot of time. On and the quality that is great. They are all previous and are already dead. General Dr. Stern's remark, but well, it doesn't really matter. Dude, I wish I could explain how Gecko Warrior got these corpses. Like, how is that possible? Does Gecko Warrior have Doc Down somewhere? Does he go to the island
Well, I thought I bought cilantro, but I didn't. I only got 2 bags of culantro. I swear I got cilantro. Guess I didn't.
IYQ1M over on Twitter. They're the ones who translated it and posted it, so major shout outs to them. But yes, you guys, that is it for today.
Alright, so what we're gonna do with the culantro is we're gonna just pick it up in pieces and we're gonna use it for part of our base. We're gonna rinse it off and we're gonna make what we got. We're gonna make do with what we have, you know? Like always, our ancestors.
Are the polyglyphs literally alive? Do black blades have the souls of previous users inside of them? And are devil fruits just made from people? The true story of Ragnar that Oda revealed just changed everything that I knew about One Piece, once again, kind of like with the hockey weaving stuff, and maybe just straight up introduced a whole new power system also passively. Like, Ragnar is just my new best friend. It's a very one-sided relationship, of course, but we're kind of working on it. I just love this squirrel, not just because, fun fact, there are no natural squirrels in Japan. I found that out very recently, actually. That being said, though, I kind of have to admit I'm feeling a little bit betrayed here. Lied to. Spurned like an ex-lover, even, because Ragnar is just not what I thought at all.
We're gonna use the stems, but we're gonna use the stems to flavor. We're not going to throw the stems in there to eat because the stems are gonna become like straw.
By 1,000 times, I mean like 3 or 4 times.
I'm not going front. I feel better today.
In Pokemon Legends ZA, experience powerful Mega Evolutions. Battle with these Mega Evolved Pokemon and take on the mysterious Rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon. Pokemon Legends ZA. Evolve your experience.
And I think that's enough.
With Chewy, get their mealtime match at a great price. Zeke loves crunchy kibble, but he's allergic to lamb. So he settles for a chicken recipe with a beef topper.
So we're gonna keep these stems real quick, guys.
There's Chewy.
Just keep them over here. And then we're gonna...
A hammer that turns into a giant squirrel. Like, clearly,
dry these out a little bit, put them back in the fridge when we're done.
We saw it all the way back during Alabasta the first time with
rough chop. Doesn't need to be anything other than a rough chop.
Who would totally be a supreme grade blade, by the way, if literally anyone but Spandam actually got a hold of him. Again, Enel coming back to the story. I want Funk Free to come back and be like, I don't know, Luffy's Nika sword or something. So
This must very clearly have been a hammer that was fed a legendary squirrel devil fruit, right? Although I will say it felt a little bit weird since that technology was supposedly developed by Vegapunk, and Ragnar is way older than him, of course, but also Vegapunk is famously just restoring ancient lost.
This is espazote.
Like more than half of his
Epazote, and we're going to add just a little bit because it has healing properties as well. It's used in teas. Like I said, we're just going to add in the leaves though.
Also, Oda's explanation kind of shattered my entire expectations.
Just a little bit.
And also my understanding of the story overall. In fact, very fittingly, I kind of felt reading this like being hit by a very big hammer. Ouch, that actually hurt. Apparently, many centuries ago, Ratatoskr, the
we're gonna rinse off
the
leaves
of Elbaf's legendary
independently outside of
incidentally,
this.
seems to also be named Elbaf. I feel like we talked about this on the channel. And upon its death, its spirit then passed into its master's powerful hammer, Ragnar. And then, of course, Ragnar gained the power to turn back into a squirrel to guard his way. Wait, what? Huh? Since when has that ever been a thing in One Piece, right? Dude, I'm already over here trying to figure out the entire abyss, and I think that Oda just gave us a whole new power system, you know, how they gave Punch that little new orangutan stuffed plushie. Oh my god, Punch is so cute. Or is this maybe something that we have seen in One Piece a ton of times already, but somehow didn't quite notice what it actually was? Because I do think that this reveal might just finally explain a ton of very things in the series that, you know, haven't really been explained so far. We're talking Black Blade, we're talking Onigiri, I'm even gonna talk devil fruits themselves. Let us cook. The kitchen is I feel like
well, I am in the kitchen.
And to kick things off, I kind of want to say that this doesn't feel exactly
rough chop again.
One Piece in general, because one of the central themes of the entire series is, of course, yes, inherited will. Luffy's inheriting the will of Roger the Joy Boy and Ace, who came before him, but this thing here, this would be literally inheriting the will of something on a whole new level where someone's will or spirit, or soul I guess, literally merges into an object after their death to live on in the future. Ragnar is very much inheriting the will of Ratatoskr by living on inside the hammer to be used on by Elbaf's next war gods. Now, as always with One Piece, it's gonna probably take a little bit before we really understand this concept completely, because
I'm going to add oregano.
Just crazy breaking info like that. But in the meantime, that means we get to do our favorite thing, theorize a bunch, and get very weird with it. And since Ragnar is a weapon, let's start with weapons. We do see Ragnar as our clearest example of this concept of a spirit apparently just fusing with an object, but are there other weapons in the series that we can point to and say, oh, we've totally actually seen that concept before, and this makes a lot of sense.
So with the dashi, we forgot about it for a bit. It is foaming, and it is not boiling though, so that's good. Just letting this seep for a bit.
Sweet, drooling, oily abyss power, but no, we got named devil fruits for summers, Doko for killing them, so why not just say that Shenlong's used a sword that ate a Cerberus fruit, right? Well, because maybe that's just not how it works. And I think it's especially something we need to ask now that Ragnar has shown us this whole other type of soul spirit infusion, that's even a thing that's possible. So perhaps
we are cleaning the top,
was once just a
taking off the scum.
That was owned by another holy knight.
Sorry guys, I have it at medium. I'm not trying to, I'd rather it cook slow than
but in sword form. And ever since, that sword could have just been passed down in the Figelin family until Cerberus found its way into Shamrock.
Let's see, guys. I'm sorry.
Say that Cerberus could be another case of this Ragnar Ratatoskra situation here, then what about the other Figelin, right? Because Shinx, of course, also has a sword that's apparently very powerful, named after another mythological Greek creature, Griffin. As you probably know as a regular viewer, ever since Shamrock pulled out that Cerberus sword, I immediately have been wondering ever since if Shinx's sword was just in the same boat. Maybe Shinx has just been holding out on us. We've never actually seen so much as break a sweat in any fight so far, so why would he need to unleash the real beast?
We're gonna bring up the heat for a bit.
One more until that's back, but Toei decided to animate a giant energy-like griffin when he first attacked Kid arriving in Elbaf. And if the anime producers know something that could well be the case, at least for the directors, that very cool shot of his sword strike taking the shape of a griffin.
Let me see. Do we have sofrito? Oh. I do have sofrito. It's the last of it though. Alright guys, go get the bowl.
Even be a little bit of foreshadowing here. In other words, what I'm saying here is that yes, there's also a visual griffin that comes into Shinx. If that's the case, what do Shinx have time to creature? I mean, it's very well because to be fair, I mean, I really don't like Figelin Carly, but Chevron they were like so happy to have their son back, so maybe Burton was like, oh, here you go.
I actually totally forgot
the two mythical swords of our family.
that.
Down one generation, right? We just don't know. But there's actually one more possibility you can see here, which actually brings me to one of my favorite long-standing theories in One Piece. That freaking X on Roger's ship. This thing has been haunting my dreams, haunting my onwards ever since I've been doing One Piece content. The wait has been almost a crazy 8 years now, which is insane. I spent my entire 20s talking about One Piece. It's so cool, but also insane how much time it has. Could the Roger Act have passed into a griffon? Do griffons even eat from eggs? Where do griffons come from? Do they spawn? I don't know. Or a way sillier possibility even, maybe the egg hatched into an eagle, then that eagle ate a lion devil fruit, making it a griffon, you know, kind of like the how Stronger becomes a Pegasus, or the fate of Pegasus with
We're going to change the mirror now, to change the camera.
And then that griffon, that eagle lion thing fused into a sword. I don't know, man. If Ratatoskra is a squirrel, they can probably make an eagle a griffin if they want. I mean, Oda likes changing things a little bit. After all, anything can happen in this wild, wacky One Piece world. What a fun alliteration. Now, the egg being an eagle could actually answer another very big question I've had lately, which is, where is that giant eagle? Now, for the 2 or 3 of you here who are not absolutely Norse mythology pills, let me explain again. The World Tree Yggdrasil, which is, of course, the Adam Tree and Elbaf, you know it.
Cool.
At the top of it and at the bottom, you've got 2 long-time eternal enemies. Not at the root of the tree, at the bottom is the Nidhogger, you know, which we now have confirmation is actually Loki's devil fruit. But up at the very top of it is its adversary, an unnamed giant eagle.
I'm saying hi to my kitty cat. She is such a cutie. I love my cat.
So, where is the eagle? Well, we still haven't really seen anything about him as well. We have no idea what's up at the top of the island tree. I'm still holding.
Where is my lighter?
Praying for some help in monkeys, but
as that heats up, y'all, I am trying to find my lighter so I can take a little break real quick. We're going to brown the chicken. We're gonna bring out the chicken as well.
Actually, lose my mind, and there is never going to be any payoff for this thing specifically. And then it hatched, and the baby eagle made friends with baby shanks. They became besties, and at some point, the eagle just decided to live inside Shanks' sword. Funnily enough, this would actually help make Loki's massive beef with Shanks actually make a lot more sense. I mean, I guess there's also the entire catching him and imprisoning him for many years thing. I can kind of understand why Loki would be a little bit salty about being chained to a tree for, you know, like over 6 years. I would hold a little bit of a grudge there too. It would be very funny if part of Loki's hatred for Shanks is because Loki has the Nidhogg fruit and Shanks' sword contains the soul of Nidhogg's enemy #1, the giant eagle. But as I already said, I don't think that these Figalin special swords here are the only possibilities for weapons that have also been infused by summoning spirit. In fact, there might be souls inside of them because is how black blades are actually made. Alright, so for many, many years, I've just assumed that black blades, like everyone else in the community probably too, are made when someone puts so much awesome, great permanent hockey into a sword that at some point the hockey just stays there permanently.
So we're gonna cook this with olive oil, guys.
Like the black hockey
So we're just gonna make a little bit of the añato oil. I mean, we're only gonna use a little bit of the añato seeds, right? So we're gonna get a spoon as well to help us pick up the añato seeds. Dry it off so it doesn't start to pop.
I think not. But what if it's more than just that? After all, there are only 2 blades so far in the entire story that are confirmed to have.
You will see it's gonna start releasing that color. I wish that you guys can see more.
Years ago are the only characters that have enough hockey in One Piece to turn their blades black, because Kozuki, Oden's, and
You'll see it. I'm gonna turn it.
Ton of hockey in there too. It almost drained Zoro, and he had to use his own hockey in order to take control of the blades. And yet somehow, despite Oden's hockey being permanently in there,
all right, y'all see the red? And so you can see when it's about to be done, because these things will start to change color. Once it starts to get like really, here, y'all can see just a little bit. Just to see.
Shusui, the sword once wielded by Ryuma, a national treasure of Wano. Now remember, when zombie Ryuma gave Shusui to Zoro, he spoke about how Shusui would like nothing better than for Zoro to be its new master. Ryuma spoke about that sword.
It's gonna give red. It's giving red. Y'all see that?
Ryuma's body was
it's giving red.
With Brooke's shadow.
Okay.
Was his soul actually
all right. Once it starts changing, like, it's gonna start getting like really dark red and stuff like that. We don't want to burn these because they can burn. Let me see.
Someone's spirit infusing with the weapon and pouring all their experience and power to it is actually crazily close to the entire Ragnarok, I think. But could the same be true of Yoru, right? That's the other one, wielded by someone who's still alive. Mihawk, of course, speaks of Yoru so highly. First by Zoro, after using a small knife, he gives the finishing blow with Yoru, talking as if Zoro has earned the privilege of being cut down by this black blade. I think it's fair to say that
now
Mihawk treats his sword with
you guys
such
get a better
respect
view.
and adoration. It's
I
almost
hope.
like another person. He'll only use his blades in truly worthy battle, so could this actually be part of Yoru's own will? It's kind of crazy that at this point we still know pretty much nothing about Mihawk's actual backstory, so could Yoru have actually belonged to someone close to Mihawk, his master or mentor, whose spirit is now in the sword and whose legacy is now being carried on by the world's
This guy's get out now.
swordsman? And that actually leads me down to a crazier idea, but one that I think is very cool. What
We're gonna bring these out.
is going to turn the Wado Ichimonji into a black weapon? It already kind of feels like he's going to do that at some point in the story anyways. I think we can agree it's the most important sword. It's definitely not as part of his present journey to become the world's greatest swordsman. I would argue for most of us, making your own black blade at some point is like a somewhat prerequisite for earning that title properly. But unlike Yuma, who might have died and put his own soul into the sword, Zoro
I'm sorry for that noise, guys.
turned the Wado Ichimonji with his own soul, but with the soul that's already in the sword, Sanji. No, I'm just kidding.
Kurina?
It's, of course, Kurina. What if after her death, Kurina's soul bonded or fused with the Wado Ichimonji? I mean, her grief could have been so strong and her will and
Alright, so we took out the
promise with Zoro
seeds.
that they made for one of them to become the strongest, that her literal will and spirit
You guys can't even see it.
on within the sword itself so that she could continue alongside her friend and partner. But Manu, then why isn't the Wado Ichimonji a black blade yet? Very good question. Because the soul being in there is probably not the only step necessary, right? Maybe there also needs to be some kind of fulfillment and an actual like skill level and ability
Bring that heat down.
to reach to actually unlock that potential.
We're gonna bring that down. Take it off the heat for a bit. I'm gonna put my glove on because I'm about to touch the chicken. I'm gonna put that back. I take a pretty long time cooking. I kind of just chill with the process. To be honest, I don't got nowhere to be. Just cooking. We should be really intentional when we cook, you know? So it's just gonna splatter because it is wet. But hey, we're in the kitchen. If you're gonna be in the kitchen, you gotta be able to cook and maintain it. So I got the bigger pan. You could have got the smaller pan. But the reason I got this bigger pan is because I think it's really important to not overcrowd your pan when you're getting that first sear.
With just a sample size of 2, you don't exactly have a ton of examples of what we here, but this is kind of like a foster
And then we have that heat at medium heat, medium high. And we are just getting a sear on this, guys. While we do that, I'm going to blitz actually the tomatoes because we're going to use that as a tomato sauce. So I'm not going to change the mirror, not the mirror of the camera because that was a lot of work. I'm not going for it. But tomatoes. Here, show y'all. Tomatoes, right? So we're going to get our immersion blender. While that sears, we're going to blitz these tomatoes. I'm okay if there's some, if you want to keep this like a really thick sauce, so it could be like a chunky tomato, or if you want to do it all the way. I think I want some more texture on it because it's going to give rustic. The skin gets caught in the blades, but I'm going to shake some off so that I can get all of that. This is how the tomato sauce is looking.
So now we can go back to the
Alright. We're going to flip these hoes over. And this is why, like, you don't put a lot of oil. And it's okay if it sticks. You say, well, if it sticks, it's not all the way cooked. We're not trying to cook this right now. We are just trying to give them some color, and we're gonna try to build that fond on the bottom. And we're making sure we're cleaning as we're going as well. So forgive me, y'all. There's like a motorcycle guy around my apartment.
Sake is actually George's story, and we talk specifically about his hometown being the weaving town or the spinning town. Spinning a hockey into objects seems like a very joy thing to do.
So this is called the Maillard reaction, guys. The proteins are breaking down as well as the sugars, and they're caramelizing. I'm gonna move these hoes around. I don't want the fond to burn, but I'm trying to still get color on the same side. I'm just making sure there's no burnt pieces. I do that by putting the meat back on there so I can soak up that. So, yeah. Clean up the wheel, putting this stuff in the dishwash. As I'm going, I emptied out the dishwasher before. I got it ready for this. So we're just throwing them in there. Alright, I'm about to take these pieces of chicken out. Because like I said, we're just trying to get color on them. Right? We're just trying to do that. So, I got a tray prepared on the side. I'm about to bring this to medium heat. Yeah, like, these are pretty good.
With Chewy, get their mealtime maps delivered fast.
We're going to add in, wow, shallot. Spread that all around. What the shallots are doing is introducing steam and moisture, and it's going to start picking up all the little pieces of fond that's on there. And it's our job to scrape them off. Try to do as much as you can. Just to make it slow so I don't burn this. Alright, we're going to add some more oil. Should have made more oniata oil, but I'm going to show you guys how we can make that in a bit. You see how we're scraping it off? You want to do that. You want to do all of that. add the garlic real quick. I'm just gonna add some more moisture.
Why Big Mom wanted pudding after all, and why Blackbeard has picnic pudding, because the Rican tribe is supposedly the only race with the innate ability to use the.
And so the next step, guys, is what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the sofrito. The sofrito is a frozen base that I make. I cannot tell you the recipe. That is my own recipe, but I think my sofrito is freaking awesome. I put a lot of attention and care to it, so. And you see, it's gonna start picking up all of that.
Both of them might have just split their souls, but one did it so to preserve for the future, and the other to, just kind of oppress the entire world. So, of course, the Joy split his own soul between all of them, and some other followers all put themselves into the spirits with them.
Oh, I forgot about the bell pepper. We're gonna throw the bell pepper in there as well, guys.
For all I know, it could just be one person.
I could have helped out with the fond earlier, but we're gonna throw it in now. We're gonna let that brown up. You see, this shit's coming off easy now. Yeah, let's cook that. Put it up to medium. I messed up, but you guys want to add the bell pepper as well to the onions. But we're gonna wait for this to cook down, and it's gonna start sizzling. We want that sizzling. And then we're gonna add the tomatoes. We're gonna break everything down. On this side, I'm gonna make some raw oniato oil.
It's a possibility, and with the voice of all things, so we're kind of covered.
Olive oil is just expensive, I'm not gonna lie.
Specifically, these ancient giant beasts like Zunisha and the Sea Kings. I've speculated about this like 1 or 2 years ago in a video talking about Joy Boy's crew, and the idea that maybe Zunisha and the Sea Kings, could they have been regular people who got turned into giant animals and can't leave that form? Well, the spirit fusing makes it possible. Is that what we actually see with the Forbidden Sun and like these like sun star fragments that they put up? Is that like a way to actually transport?
Because what's in here needs to evaporate, if you know what I mean. When you add wine to anything, you want to make sure you cook off the wine and stuff like that, you know?
And just infuse them with like some dye would be pretty cool, honestly. Especially since Zunisha and the Sea Kings just seem like people. They have like this thing of knowledge and just, like, what's the right word? You know what I mean? They're like absolutely human. So I think that could actually work for them as well. But I think we can take this even further than again just using the weapons and other inanimate objects. Could souls fuse with people? Like for years, people have wondered about Blackbeard having multiple personalities or souls inside of him. So could Sebek or even his mother Hades could somehow imbue their own will into their son to the point where their spirits are literally mingling inside of him? Maybe this is even connected to how evil's possession works too. They're able to put part of their own soul inside their property holders and then thus influence or take control of their bodies and minds. And now that I think about it, is that just how
Sofrito is just basically a concentrated, like, it's just basic, right? Basic mirepoix of like onion, cilantro, bell pepper. That's how basic I'm gonna give it to you guys. Onion, bell pepper, garlic, cilantro. That's the basic, and you can just build off of that, right? And so there are different flavors, different herbs that you can add to that. Different bases that you can add to that, depending on how you want to flavor your things. So just go crazy with the sofrito, you know? So this is almost, but I want it to start like frying. I want it to start sizzling. Asek. It's basically asek, which is like dry.
It does feel like these beings may have actually just fused their own spirits with devil fruits in order to pass their own powers and their own ambitions.
I'm making like little holes so it cooks faster. Doesn't get any evaporation caught up in it too much. Moving this oil a bit. This is the oil. I'll show y'all. This is how it's supposed to look like. It gets like red. I'm gonna wait for it to get more red. Should add more añato so it can get really red. All right. So, since this is that, we're going to add the tomatoes. I could have just thrown in fucking tomato paste as well. I don't have any. Tomato paste would have helped it get like red. We're gonna add in some olives as well.
Specifically, to me, very much feels like it's not just the fruits that grants those powers, but Mika's literal spirit inside the fruit.
I want the sliced ones. Yep.
As we get explained in this lobby, that's like an actual thing living in the fruit. This is even more evident by how awakening the fruit of your life actually affects Luffy's thoughts and personality, and how he stops being just Luffy. It causes him to laugh uncontrollably, seemingly being taken over to a certain.
And then we're gonna add in this chicken.
So it could just totally be the case, I think, that when people eat devil fruits, they literally fuse with some being, some devil.
And then we're just gonna add some vegetable stock, y'all.
Talking about what happened when you do 2 devil fruits and there's 2 different devils inside those fruits, finding out and you die in the process. And we already know that a devil fruit awakening only works when the user and the spirit of the fruit are actually perfectly aligned. Otherwise, you just basically go jail in beast mode where the fruit itself takes over your consciousness. This basically tells us that fruits.
We're gonna add in more because we're gonna have to reduce this and then still add in the potatoes and stuff like that, right? I might just have to put the packets of achote because the oil is not going to make this red at this point. Oil is not going to mix with the water. But yeah, we're just going to add a packet.
Just the funnest of examples, we know that Khalifa, after eating the soap food, suddenly gets very goofy, which doesn't fit her personality at all. Kaku kind of changes.
And all of this.
We know that Big Mom is like this cute, sweet little kid and girl, but when she eats Mother Caramel and her fruit, she turns basically into the image of Mother Caramel. Like, so much more of Mother Caramel's personality is part.
I could add saffron.
We know that both
I have saffron. I like it.
Who are fans of rookies and are pretty great bros, but they do evil things, and we later found out that before them, the two, Higurashi and like the other Kurozumis have those fruits, being very evil and scheming people. My point being, could it just be that eating a devil fruit kind of bestows a certain personality and characteristic onto you as a person, and has Luffy, just because he ate that fruit so early in his life, just changed personality since he's eaten that fruit? Because when you think back to chapter 1 of the story,
bring that to a boil, then a simmer.
Right, not very Luffy-like at all. After the devil fruit, he gets very cheerful, full of laughter, kind of like let's go with like whatever happens, I don't really care. It's
I got
like a
the
very
munchies. I'm
interesting
hungry.
story.
I have some rice cakes though.
Chapter 1 before and after.
I have some yogurt too. Oh, I got yogurt.
So much more we can talk about with Joy Boy, which is why you should check out all my thoughts on the last Nika Food user in this video right here. We go into a lot of detail. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. Thanks to our fantastic Patreon members. I have a very good big video on the live action coming up on Thursday. It will be stabbed before the drops next week, and I will see you hopefully in that video here or the next one.
Have you guys had the yogurts from Chobani? Raspberry lemonade or raspberry lemon? So good. That's what I'm having right now.
Anyone else notice the symbol on the sun god's shield in the past when fighting the war god? It was like the cross with similar flared ends, like Yoru. So Yoru, not the first thing I thought. But to be fair, I didn't think at all initially, because my eyes then focused on the war god. But to the left, we do have the sun god Nika, who comes up with a very different shield from what we've seen him wielding previously. The before Nika got to wield the shield of 9 gods, making the shape of this lovely simplistic sun. This Nika, the pattern on the shield is not just one, but this many things, 3 things that we've encountered in the world as well. The first is, as mentioned by the commenter, Mihawk's Yoru, which won't be as obvious if you look at an anime image of Mihawk, because his sword is streamlined and is fairly consistent in the anime. However, in the manga, Yoru does have these incredibly curvaceous sides on the guard, which do match what's happening on the shield here perfectly. And there may even be a world where the design of Yoru was based on some sort of sun godzilla mythology, which would be fascinating because Yoru means night. Very much the opposite.
I've never had honeycomb either.
What may happen when you turn a blade
This is honeycomb.
by the sun black. You go from day to night. But this is the
Honeycomb.
similarity that I am by far the least convinced about, and it's pretty cool. But the third one makes me blow your minds. But first, or rather secondly, the shield pattern is also very reminiscent of the World Government logo, which, as the title of the organization suggests,
These,
represents the world. So
Cavemen had it good.
days, it may have been Nika who wielded the
Besides,
symbol of the world before it
that
was
little
actually
piece of beef.
But the third similarity is the steepness of the shield that Nika is using is very similar to the shield that Pearl wore during the Baratie arc. At one point, Pearl even set himself on fire, and this symbol of the sun god got turned into a miniature flaming sun itself. Now, I'm not saying that Pearl was some sort of masterful sun god foreshadowing, but I'm not gonna not say that either. Since Eva was surprised that the Nidhogg was Hellbath, Loki either didn't transform out of the sea, or he didn't leave any witnesses behind. Very nefarious into that sentence. But before this, I think we should clear something up, because I've been seeing a lot of comments and confusion on the internet surrounding an issue of how did Nika not know about the Nidhogg being an Hellbath before. And this comes from the fact that Loki had to use his hybrid Nidhogg form to defeat Harold. So in theory, Emu saw that happen, which he didn't. But that theory is not helped by this chapter, which shows us that Emu can see everything happening on Hellbath through Emu's eyes. So look, whatever is not happening with Harold. I don't know why it wasn't happening, but it wasn't. Emu did not take direct command of Harold the same way that he has taken Rumko. Think of it more like Emu being able to issue a command to Harold from distance and being able to infiltrate his mind and he switched to Summon 3. But Emu himself did not actually see what happened, which is why he was so surprised that someone on Elbaf could have beaten him. He didn't even think that someone else. He didn't know that Shanks was dead. What? This is didn't know it's got the bottoms there. If they'd known that, the Holy Knight probably wouldn't have been so surprised to see him today. So Emo had no idea about Loki either, and that's a fun thought, because I do wonder if that would have influenced the decision to try and recruit Loki into the Holy Knight. Knowing that the Nidhogg resided within Loki feels like a very risky idea. That all depends on Emu's history with the Nidhogg. Emu's reaction, it's very neutral. We don't know if what Emu's seeing is a bad thing. Like, Nidhogg.
I don't want to add too much of the oil, but we'll see.
Faithful Nidhogg. I knew I could count on you to appear at just the right time. Because look, the God of War and the Sun God, friends from what we understand, so maybe
there you go.
Nidhogg is a natural ally. But I suppose this does also mean that Loki never used his stealth ability during his rampage in the outside world, which is part of his history that we so desperately want to see. But if he'd used the fruit, then Emu would have known about the Nidhogg. So it could be that Jarl told Loki to keep it a secret because of something important history would tell him. And because Loki already had enough secrets to keep, he thought, sure, tank another secret for the team. Although something that we did not get to see in this chapter was Emu's reaction to Luffy in the form of Nika. At least, I hope we didn't get to see the reaction, because it would be disappointingly mundane if this was it. So I am just waiting for Luffy and Emu to face to sort of face it, and for these legendary beings to meet once again. The God of War story that Jarl told us is kind of confusing. Here, the said God of War seems to be Nika's enemy, but in the previous chapter, the way that Jarl narrated the legend says that Nika and the Sand Dragon come together to liberate the world. Makes it sound like Nika and Nidhogg as a friend. The way of Ratatoska and his friend are at least in that so what's the truth? Truth is not stagnant. It changes over time. You know, one of the things I find most fascinating about human aging is the idea that you become a completely new person every 5 years or so, due to the compounding effect of life experiences, growth, personality drift, meaning that you now may fundamentally disagree with your own self 5, 10, 15, other intervals of 5 years ago. So the Sun God and the War God
Sorry, guys.
be enemies initially, but things change. Over thousands of years, this dynamic between the gods, it's going to shift, especially when other gods start being pricks as well. But I will also say that Jarl's prophecy is quite vague. It did not state that Nika and Nidhogg were going to join forces to liberate the world or whatnot. What he actually said is that on an exceedingly rare day when lightning and snow combine, a vast beast blanket the sky with its presence, and with the sound of the drums of liberation, the Sun God will appear. So it doesn't even specifically say dragon. Definitely doesn't say Nidhogg. Although I suppose you could come to that conclusion of Sky Beast business, but it's not like everyone's been waiting specifically for Nika and Nidhogg team. What is fascinating though is that Luffy and Ragnar do seem to be getting along quite fantastically, despite the fact that Ragnar would have been the enemy of Nika. I mean, who knows how many thousands of years ago that was, but there is a lot more story to be told here, which may have something to do with how the original God of War died. And I've seen several people interpret this as the God of War being killed in one of his clashes with Nika, but I'm not confident enough to make that claim myself. It's not how it reads to me, at least in this translation. From what I've read, the God of War and the Sun God, they sound more like two rivals, like a Roger and a Whitebeard situation, meaning that Ragnar may actually have a fair bit of respect for Nika, and even treats Nika as a friend, just as all of the greatest rivals in this series seem to see each other as, in the end, friends with combative benefits. If Loki gets Domi reversing, I hope we get a Straw Hat team up against Loki, like when they all teamed up against Oz. So that could be a very fun solution to a problem that isn't necessarily a problem, but it's the thought that there just not enough antagonists on this island to go around. There's only so many times that we can pass around St. Summers. I like seeing him get hurt. There's going to be a limit to that entertainment.
You see how thick that is?
Other than him, we have St. Killingham, so he'll probably fight with someone.
Let's taste it.
After that, all we have left is Ilunko, the primary antagonist, which is usually reserved for a Luffy caliber character to deal with. We're going to see
flavor is there.
For example.
No, I just need seasoning. There's a difference between flavor and seasoning.
They don't even really
When I tasted that, I was able to taste the flavors
you can see in this chapter, they're just
of the mirepoix, of the olives.
But ever since the fight against Oz on Thriller Bar, Maytai have been craving
The olives kind of make a little briny. I could add some of that olive oil juice, so I'm gonna just do that. A little vinegary.
clean like this. And you just know that if we're
But none of that stuff will shine if you don't add salt and stuff like that.
probably not, really, probably not. And I mean probably not to add
This brine has some salt in it. Let's see. We're gonna taste as we go. We make sure that we're always tasting.
Another question about Oz. Man, on the internet, what do you think the chances are that Oz was the original god of war? So I think his chances of being the original god of war are pretty really bad. Mostly because his Vivian data book entry notes that Oz was 159 at the time of his death. So Oz
salt, pepper.
Century. He was born after all of that, and therefore the original war god was not him. However, Oz could have
Don't be afraid of cheesing your shit, man.
And this is still very vague.
And I move that around.
We were informed that Elbaf was once engaged in what was called the Era of War, during which time the Giants were able to conquer the entire New World.
We gotta season this broth well. This is what the carrots is gonna soak up. This is what the chicken itself is gonna soak up. So if it's fucking bland, then
during the era of war, perhaps trying to return the glory of Elbaf.
you're cooking for your family and you're cooking for yourself, taste that shit.
Especially since the war god himself is depicted as an ancient giant.
Leave it like that for now.
Happens when you have a pair of gods or multiple genders. Pick one god, kind of looks like me. I'm an ancient giant. Let's do some war. So you pursue that path potentially.
When you're seasoning things like this, you want to just use like regular like kosher salt, pepper, and stuff like that. When you're like presenting and putting things on a plate, then that's when you want to use that fancy sea salt and flaky salt and all that stuff, or even like Himalayan sea salt. Everyone like loves to use that nowadays, but really doesn't do nothing to the actual dish. Most of that stuff is a gimmick as well. What?
Was physically the most ideal person to take on the power. Although I do think that his size was only part of why Rocks was so insistent in being power. But I do have to say, knowing about all this God of War business is making me look back on how much more fondly and much more tragically. Because one of those weird questions that we've had about Elbaf is, why didn't Harold just eat the fruit himself? And the answer to that may be because Ragnar wouldn't have allowed it. Ragnar did not view Harold as being powerful or worthy enough, if that was indeed his criteria. To be honest, I find both of those insane. Because for what Harold being a beast,
I'm going to add one of these. Let's see. Yeah, it should be good enough.
Again, that is not the future that Harold wanted to conjure for Elbaf. Harold was driven by a vision of peace. So there's no way that people can consider the ability of war and carnage. Harold was also a very sun god, prudent man, but he was added to the increasingly large pile of characters who would be seen performing each dance. So it feels very unlikely for him to say that the wings to embrace the powers of his independence. However, after he made poison to mind Harold and told him to his army, the very first thing that Harold did was seek out the fruit of war, which beautifully shows that abandonment of not only peace, but abandonment of faith in the sun god. And this is an act that would have not only returned Elbaf to the era of war, but also doomed it to an eternity of war. Imagine if a Tontana ate the Nidhogg fruit, you'd get a super Tontana.
Yep.
You know what? We can actually try and work this out. Because the height of the average Tontana is about 20 centimeters, and the height of the average human is 170 centimeters. So this Tontana...
Leave it like that for a bit. It traps the heat better. If you want to add more liquid, add it from the middle, which I might do. I'm going to add the aromatics kind of like near the end so that it can steep in there rather than fucking get mushy and get overcooked and all that stuff. While that is doing its thing, I'm bringing down the heat because now it's boiling. I don't want it to boil too much. I want it to simmer. I am going to drain out this dashi that has been simmering on a low simmer. like this whole time. We're gonna give it a swig, not a swig, but a turn. We're gonna mix it actually, and then.
I get it's brave that the kids want to protect their parents, but their parents literally just risk their lives to save them. Why throw that away? Because if the children did not stand up for their parents, then they would be throwing their spirit away. All of these kids have had little science stories that have been explored to varying degrees. Like Ed, for example, he was the kid who's...
This might be a lighter. I'm not seeing too much color on this
realizing just how much she loves him.
dashi.
Kids have similar stories with their respective parent or guardian, so they're not just going to let their parents die for the sake of survival.
The dashi that we used to make at the restaurant used to be a lot more deeper in color. Maybe I should add more kombu and stuff like that. Maybe I should strain this and then add it and see what color this is.
A Chewy order is on the way for Radar, who hears everything. And that sound means Chewy is en route. Ear wipes, kibble, squeaky lamb. It's almost Chewy time.
I'm gonna clean out this.
And that's Echo, whose favorite seed is also on the way.
The sink. It has all the veg.
Means twice the savings. For low prices and fast shipping, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
So I'm gonna strain out the dashi.
Being afraid of the real Nidhogg was so funny to me. Yes, and there is in this chapter where we see
Get a bowl.
looking at each other. Another Nidhogg is experiencing its very own nightmare. And this is actually a great image because this probably shows us the size difference
I can show you guys.
Giant eating this fruit and a regular giant having consumed it. Then the Nidhogg chases all of the nightmare creatures and they all look terrified out of their minds. It is fantastic. Thrudheim is the home of Thor in mythology. Guess Loki is a fan.
So this is the sink.
In this universe.
So we're gonna move this out the way.
I believe it translates to something like the home of strength. And so we actually have two Thor-based attacks in this chapter.
And then
Luffy and Loki have to some degree. Although actually Luffy's Thor attack may even be borrowing Loki's conjured lightning. There's often Thor attacks whenever thunder clouds are coming, but not always. Because it does appear that Luffy conjured them during the Raid on Hiroshima. Even all the way back on Dressrosa, Luffy was inexplicably able to conjure electricity, to use fire. So Luffy and Loki, they have to share lightning attack names. And it would be fun if they started arguing about, no, I get to use the Thor name. My attack is more worthy of that. You find it your own name. In terms
okay,
of
so it has some color.
Shown on fire, maybe it has something to do with the theory of what it means to not stay on Elbaf too long. Brackets, time dilation, those brackets. And what is felt like minutes on Elbaf could be hours, if not more. So just in case you're not familiar with this, the Elbaf time dilation theory comes from two main sources. The first is the warning of Lumiano not to overstay a rock on the island, and the second comes from Shanks stating that he had spent too much time on Elbaf during his reunion with Dory and Broggy. And if you try to piece Shanks' timeline together, it does kind of make sense, because it takes him about a month.
This is perfect, guys! Woo!
Which is odd because Shanks was heading there right after Wano, which was weeks
Can you guys
ago.
see that color?
And the island that Bartolomeo was on was quite close by. And Shanks is also a dude who moves at speeds ridiculous enough to get from deep into the New World to Marineford in a matter of hours. So I have no idea why Bartolomeo taking so long to deal with, but spending time on Elbaf does maybe explain that. Even a couple of hours, days or weeks. And that could be why Ema was so furious that the Polynesians had not completed their task yet. Maybe they left and weeks later the Holy Land was being attacked and he was like,
Let me put this stuff in the dishwasher real quick, guys. I could put this for a quick wash and all that. I'd rather get it done quick.
Probably. Now you let me know what you think about it. Let's pull up.
Wellness is very important to me, and so is everything I
Yes. Yay! So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna put these in little cups and we're gonna put them in the fridge. This needs to cool in order to do the next part.
I think the nightmares are a tool for Usopp to become a fearless warrior, perhaps alongside the kids. So whether this actually happens or not, I still believe
I'm gonna use a cup for this.
person to deal with this kind of business. So far, so good.
I don't have a ladle. So we're just gonna get a cup and we're gonna scoop it in to the dashi or into the cups.
They aren't Killian's bespoke curation. They continuously spawn from these nightmares.
And then we're gonna date these as well.
The ones in charge of whatever comes out
This is like a liquid gold.
So right now, that's the children of Elbath who are all dreaming of very scary things.
I want to cool them properly. The way that you can cool this as well in a batch is if you have like an ice machine in your fridge. I do not. Fill the sink with ice and then put the bowl in there and then put in there the liquid. That will cool the liquid around it. I just don't have that much ice because my fridge is not does not make ice. So.
Put him to sleep. Well, the Brook will use his musical abilities to send Usopp to sleep. And what happens from there may or may not be immediately apparent.
I will say I can go a little deeper, I think, maybe in flavor. But we'll see. It's not supposed to be too strong. And I added those anchovies. So we'll see how it tastes. This, I won't cook this until tomorrow, but when I live stream this tomorrow morning, then you guys can see the dish. And it's so fucking nice. We're just gonna prep everything today.
With Usopp then having another statue being built in his honor, being hailed as the hero of Elbath, and perhaps even joining Elbath's family of gods.
And then these are gonna go uncovered in the fridge so that they can cool down.
Well, better yet, maybe the adults do recognize that this is a dream, but the children, they think it's real, and they start looking up to Usopp. I mean, literally looking down, but metaphorically looking up to him as some sort of paramount symbol of bravery. And they keep going on about it.
I forgot that I need to go to my car real quick, guys. I need to submit a form. Fuck. I'm gonna put the stocks and stuff like that in the fridge, but I'm gonna go get that paper, take a picture of it, and then submit it real quick. Uncovered.
there will ever be a better chance to use Usopp at this scale than right here and now. This is an opportunity for Oda to draw Usopp wielding a genuine 10-ton hammer, or to see his 8,000 loyal men standing to fight on his behalf. In fact, this is that Usopp is ever told in the series could be drawn by Oda thanks to filming this devil fruit together. And it would be great because we could do that here, but in the final war we won't have this, and then that will be Usopp's crowning moment to finally achieve his dream on his own. That's my dream for Usopp anyway. If we're going to unlock the power of the nightmares, then there is no character more haunted by absurdities than Usopp, no one more capable of pushing Killing's devil fruit to its limits. I just, I think we'd be very lucky to get one piece of Usopp moment for this arc, but I will continue to dream.
I'm gonna use this bowl again, so I'm not gonna just clean it real quick. We're trying to start doing this prep.
Business dreams. So what's yours? Get a quote today.
My bad, guys. We're gonna start doing the prep for the breakfast. All that is cutting a shit ton of green onions. So you guys will get to see me doing that. I used to do it for my old job. And yeah, I fucked up my wrist since then. I sprained it. I had a little physical therapy. But gotta practice, right?
I find that having the right gear is what makes all of the difference in my progress. I'm very excited that I've had the opportunity to upgrade my workout routine with the sponsor of this video, Rican. So I've been using Rican headphones for a couple of years now, and lately I'm experimenting with these. I've been getting up on my phone, conducting meditation. It's actually shit outside of what we do. So the question remains aware of the world around you.
Okay, we're gonna leave that there.
Adjustable, comfortable, and sturdy. Ever so sturdy, it would take some sort of apocalyptic level of these They offer premium performance.
We're gonna cut quite a bit of these freaking garlic.
With the bone conductor headphones in particular, sporting 13 hours of battery life and being IP68 waterproof and dustproof, perfect for handling sweat, rain, and even sandy beach runs. And I won't lie, I was definitely quite skeptical about these when I first got them, but after taking that leap and having used them for the past month or so, they are genuinely incredible. And I'll be using them right after filming this actually, because I'm heading off to the gym right about now. I'm late. Bone conduction headphones are here to help you go for gold by going to buyraycon.com/GrandlineBC to get 15% off with a 30-day happiness guarantee. And thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring this video, as it's due to partners like them that we are able to bring you the best of comparison possible as
This is the best it's gonna get, guys.
So definitely check Raycon out. Let's announce back to you, me. I doubt Harudin has any idea how weak Usopp is.
We're gonna wash these once we're done cutting them, but we're gonna keep the rubber bands.
What did that turn into? I think I get the general idea. But look, I don't know if Harudin or many of the other giants view strength.
We're gonna see how it goes with this knife.
Earlier on in the arc, when we did the whole Road Legoland stuff, it revealed that Road's philosophy, at least at the time,
Take out the ugly ones.
giants that need to be strong, punch strong, but there is a whole different sector of Elbathian philosophy. Because sure, the logic for this argument would be that Harudin was the one to raise Usopp into the air on Dressrosa and catapult him into godhood, but Harudin also saw exactly what happened with Usopp.
And so for this one, we're gonna stand a particular way as well. There's a way that you're supposed to stand when you're cutting. You're gonna stand up straight, and you are going to kind of come at it from a boxing angle. Your left foot forward, right foot back, and you're gonna just go like that, kind of like just chop it and pull. So I'm bringing it close to me.
There's plenty of people in this world who have the power of a giant and even far beyond that, but they don't necessarily have the spirit of one. And it could also be a blend of both. Elbath giants may not necessarily see a distinction between spirit and physical power, so they could very well see Usopp as being on the same level.
So it's not the best, so we have different sizes, but that's the general gist of it, right? So that's what we're gonna be doing for a while the chicken stews.
So again, it would be really good if there was a way to showcase that on an man on the internet, the rejected Kaido design seems to have been used for Killingham's hybrid form. So this is referring to the Road to Laugh Tale booklet series, which showed us a lot of Oda's design process, specifically during Wano. And at one point, Kaido's hybrid form was going to prioritize more of his draconic elements, with a slender, long neck that Ted Killingham is now inherited with his ability, which I do think works very well for Killingham, given that he's a bit more of a wacky kind of character. Whereas I think that Oda made the
You see, I'm bruising the
as opposed to killing
onions. I don't want to do that.
And blend so much better into the slender neck look. I very much started thinking Shanks' sword Griffin
There's
is a devil fruit infused like
everything has its
would be so cool. This is starting to feel more likely than not. Oda has clarified that Shanks himself is not a devil fruit user, but his sword. We have not spoken of the sword, and at this point I would be more surprised if it was not a mythical Zoan infused into the blade. Shamrock's sword is named Kerberos, and it has a Kerberos devil fruit, so it seems reasonable that these swords, Shanks's, Shamrock's, and Garland's, may have been created specifically for the Holy Knights, possibly even by Vegapunk. As way back in the day, we were told that Vegapunk was the one who discovered the ability to infuse solar fruits into objects, although we now know that this knowledge has existed for
This also works, but the technique is pulling back. Maybe I just need to find my own technique, right? That's the lesson. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, friend. I have a camera, bought it a couple years ago, so. But yeah, I'm just cooking my food for the rest of the week. I was in a hospital and I'm not feeling too well, so I'm just trying to make my food so I don't have to cook too much for the rest of the week. And because I'm not going to do this for the rest of the day, I'm going to just try to get through these, but these need to be a lot thinner. They need to be like thin. I think this is like the best. This is the best example right here. That's like the best example of how thin it has to be. I don't know if you can see it. But
we do have Rob Lucci during an study. He very briefly assumed his food would be separate form, and he significantly shrank down to the size of a very standard weapon. Although he did manage to keep his pants on, which that would generally do. And then you think about examples like Kaido, who assumes the form of a full-on dragon.
Then it's been a while. The more you grip it, the worse too. You can't grip the knife.
It became the same size dragon as Kaido. So maybe the answer here isn't about size of it, it's about age. If you're a child who eats a Zoan fruit, then you will assume the child equivalent of.
And I like green onions, so we're gonna have to make quite a bit of this. Trying to look at the chicken. I'm gonna move around the chicken. That we were cooking earlier. Move it around so that all of it can get cooked in the juices. Those carrots and stuff are also going to release a lot of liquid into this stewed chicken.
And not only that, but Brook is seen very close up, because when Giant Luffy grabbed Kizaru on the island, Brook was in the room when this happened. Although it took Zoro a very long time to see Gear 4, he missed it on Wano because he was busy dying to death and having a chat with the Grim Reaper, and on Egghead Island he took himself out of the picture to fight Rob Lucci for far too long. And this actually leads to one of my favorite modern conspiracy theories.
It's a lot easier when it's closer to the white because it's a lot stirrier to hold. But when it's like by the green, it's not the easiest. And you want to make sure you're doing the claw. I'm getting too excited.
And the next time it does look at Luffy is coming back to normal. And what's even more hilarious is that even in the fight against Scott at the bar, Oda puts Luffy behind Zoro, making it strangely feasible to suggest that Zoro still hasn't seen it. And to be clear, I doubt that this is the case, but it would make
so we're gonna put this in fuck, I need to clean this. This has the bonito flakes from earlier. Let me just clean it.
You know what? Usually in the anime, they show an extended scene in the Luffy asking Zoro if he needs some help with encryption. And this is happening in the manga, but it was just a wide shot and communicating. Extremely funny because even in the anime, Zoro never actually looks at Luffy, because Zoro's too busy focusing on Lucci. So in every medium, you can still make the argument that Zoro still has not seen the Gear 5th form. I just real Z, we will have a whole One Piece season without Luffy when they air God Valley. Not just Luffy, but we could have a whole season of anime without any Straw Hats. This wouldn't really be the first time. Given the adaptation rate, the Oda flashback ended up being 17 episodes long, which under the system of the anime would be the vast majority of the entire year. It wouldn't be the whole year though, neither would God Valley. And this, what we're looking at right now, is 2027. I suspect that 2026 will cover all of the events up to the start of the flashback. And then in 2027, for most of that year, our main characters of One Piece in the anime are going to be Rocks, Roger, and Howard. Which I think that Mayumi Tanaka, the voice of Luffy, would greatly appreciate, because it would give her a little break. She just celebrated her 71st birthday after all. And by this point, she will have celebrated her 72nd.
We want to like tie these up so that they stay together.
I don't think so. But during Jump Festa last year, Mayumi Tanaka revealed that recording had already begun for The One Piece, the Wit Studio remake. And her full statement translates as follows. As you may know, I'm currently recording the anime The One Piece from the start. This series is very interesting. Actually, when I heard that it was going to start from the beginning again, I wanted them to use someone young. Thinking I don't have enough energy anymore. But I am glad I got to do it because it's really interesting. Especially because it progresses so fast. Now this is very conflicting news for me for many reasons. Firstly, love the idea that it's progressing fast. That's a big plus. But it looks like Mayumi Tanaka has confirmed that she is returning as Luffy for the remake. However, before going further, I would like to note that she never actually mentioned that she is recording for Luffy. And one of the best ideas that I've heard for the Wit Studio remake is to hire the previous Straw Hat voices, but to give them smaller roles as more mentor-style figures. For example, give Nami's voice actress the role of Belmare, and so on like that. So just because Mayumi Tanaka is recording for The One Piece does not necessarily confirm that she's been recording for Luffy. Nothing has been officially announced, although her comments would heavily imply that she is. And the stuff about encouraging Wit Studio to hire a younger voice actor is something that I very, very much agree with. I love the original cast, their voices are iconic, but the morbid truth is that even if the One Piece blasts through the series at a decent pace, this is still a 10 to 20 year project, and I would much rather use this as a fresh start to pass the torch on to a new cast to carry on the legacy of One Piece, rather than the experience we may get of watching these voice actors either retire or, let's be completely honest, perhaps even die and get replaced one by one. It just, again, it sounds quite morbid. And for some more unfortunate honesty, there is a chance that some of them might not even make it to the end of the Toei anime. The Toei anime. We're not even talking about that. Like Frankie's voice actor, who just had to retire. Dragon's voice actor.
Unacceptable!
Plus, Mayumi Tanaka has
I'm trying, y'all.
stating that she is very interested in the team, but she does want to see Luffy out to the end of One Piece. So making her start again from the very beginning of a brand new series, I don't know, it just feels like the wrong thing to do for me, given that she will be in her mid-80s and potentially even 90s by the time that the Wit Studio remake is complete.
With Chewy, get their mealtime match at a great price. Zeke loves crunchy kibble, but he's allergic to lamb, so he settles for a chicken recipe with a beef topper. Rough life. For fast delivery, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
these 2 packs. Because after this pack, I'm going to add the veg. Or I think I'm going to add the veg now, to be honest. I'm going to show you guys that later.
In the modern day alone, it serves as a nexus where Luffy, Ace, and Blackbeard all separately visited within the span of a few months for different reasons, but something we still have yet to explore is Roger's connection to Dr. Koreha, as she was one of the few people who knew the truth of his name being Goldie Roger instead of Gold Roger. And it's now heavily suspected that we know exactly why Roger was on Drum Island, or I should say, may have been on Drum Island. This comes from chapter 1139, when Ormond tells the story of how Scott got his mountain eater epithet. It was not Ripley, at least not completely Ripley. This was actually because Roger needed medical treatment, so he was taken to a quote hospital in the mountains, and Scott protected Roger from hundreds of enemies, clearing the mountains of trees in the process. So this could have been a Nami situation. Roger fell sick, perhaps even with the beginnings.
Call him 140-4321-6111.
So where would be the best place to take him? That would be Drum Island, because prior to Wapol ruining everything, this country was known as the most medically advanced nation in the world. And the knowledge and skills
these boys are big. You see how big these boys are?
To be remnants of ancient kingdoms' advanced knowledge. But I would love to
These are not the type that you would use for like sushi. The place that I was working at was a fine dining sushi place.
Sort of like how Roger had the honor of naming after.
But I'm not gonna waste ingredients.
But have we forgotten why Blackbeard attacked the Revolutionary Army, which made them move to Ivankov's Island, forgot name, or is it just me who has no idea what happened? So Ivankov's Island is Momo-era Island, and look, don't worry, most people forget why Blackbeard attacked the Revolutionary Army base. And it's because, at least right now, this kind of gave up on that whole plot point. I shouldn't say give up, but it has to do with the weapons that the Revolutionary Army were investigating on Dressrosa. Not just the Revolutionary Army either, but also some of the Colosseum fighters, like the representatives of the Carnegie. They were investigating Doflamingo's weapon of war trade, but we never see these weapons, and they weren't talking about the Smile Fleets. Doflamingo was also shipping more traditional weapons, which were assumedly all commandeered by the Revolutionary Army at the conclusion of the war. And so when Jesus Burgess found himself in Baltigo, he snail called defeat and told him about these weapons, which I assume the Blackbeard pirates then successfully took, and are now using them to arm their massive forces to prepare for whatever conflicts that Blackbeard has planned. However, Burgess did also say that this is where Blackbeard will find dragons. So for whatever reason, the Blackbeard pirates also have a personal interest in dragons. So this was way back in chapter 803. Both the weapons and Blackbeard's connection to dragon have yet to be brought up again, and considering that this chapter came out over a decade ago in 2015, it is very understandable that some people may have forgotten about why anything ever happened in the first place. Luckily for all of you, those strange men on the internet do make videos recapping all of this, and if you don't want to forget the things that have happened, then I highly recommend that you watch this next video in order to stay sharp before your fictional pirate enjoyment. Zoro's accomplishments in One Piece are not something that many people truly appreciate until they are hit with the sheer magnitude of all of the things it is that he has done, such as seeing the world around him as a third-order universe, channeling a demigod, and now challenging the King of Hell himself. Now, if you don't know what any of that means, or if you think I mean any of it in a non-literal sense, maybe keep watching, because I will explain to you, and you will be amazed at just what has played out right in front of your face. Because Mr. Zoro is a swordsman, and a swordsman is a sharp metal user who lives by a specific code and rules, and who has a specific path to follow. A lot of these codes and rules seem to be innate knowledge and rarely shared to the uninitiated.
I'm getting smaller and smaller, so I just need to go quicker. stop being scared of it.
There's no guidebook to becoming a master swordsman. No one can really teach you how to get there either. Being a swordsman in One Piece is an extremely introspective journey, which all comes back to Zoro versus Mihawk on Baratie. And the way I like to describe this fight is by using one of my favorite concepts in the entire world.
You see how thin is that getting?
This effect is used to describe the confidence of unskilled individuals that believe themselves to be equal or even superior to skilled individuals in any given field. The theory is that once you learn a little bit about a topic, you have this surge of confidence. Like, let's say that you've just started learning French and you learn the word for milk, lait. And whenever you see milk, you're like, huh, lait. I know French, but you don't. And the more you learn about a topic, the more you realize just how much left there is to learn, how much you don't know. And against me, well, Zoro is smack bang here on the Dunning-Kruger diagram at the very peak of Mount Stupid. Because Zoro doesn't even understand 1% of what it takes to be a world-class swordsman, and he gets knocked into the valley of despair very quickly and efficiently by Mihawk. Only after fighting Mihawk does Zoro realize just how much he's lacking, how much there is to learn, experience, and master. But at the very least, he's being knocked off that peak. It's a very important step in the journey. There's a truly troubling amount of people in reality who spend their lives camping out at the peak of Mount Stupid, believing themselves to be experts in fields where, again, they don't even have 1% of the knowledge or skill required. But as for Zoro, this is the true beginning.
Should have got squash for the chicken. I could have got squash as well.
Enlightenment being a very appropriate term for this.
Acorn squash.
What you see as time goes on isn't so much
That's what I'm talking about.
power, but rather getting closer and closer to a sense of enlightenment.
All right.
That is reflected in his sword.
We're gonna throw
His
this
first opponent in the Valley of Despair
these bits
being
away.
who owed his life to highlight the comparative insignificance of physicality when it comes to being a swordsman. There's a reason why human swordsmen can never beat me. I'll show you a world that no two-armed human can enter. This is the
rinse
six
these
sword
off,
style, which can only be performed by someone with 6 arms and a charm.
So these are gonna be getting washed for a good minute. We're gonna want to what we want to do is wash off the slime from these, right? So let me just clean off this real quick.
And so against Harkshan, Zoro had to defeat his own previous misguided sense of superiority by actually channeling a fraction of the skill, drive, and spirit to walk the path of the world of safety. And he had to do so while heavily wounded from Mihawk as well. But defeating Harkshan allowed Zoro to take a single labored step.
You see all that chlorophyll coming out?
With Zoro's next skill testing Mr. Wyman down the road, who was a more memorable exploration of the
We don't want to do it too much, that's too intense. But yeah, we're just gonna leave it do its thing for a while.
Except this time it was on a whole different. Harkshan had 6 swords, but Dar's bones means that he influences swords because his entire body acts as a blow or makes plural one like or the other. And one might even say that Dar's bones embodies at least one core principle of swordsman, which must be Kozugoro's philosophy on the sword. And he said, listen closely, a sword's like a kitchen knife, but for murder, they're created to kill people. And the blacksmith hones his craft so that his weapons are never accumulate the swordsman necessarily believe. In a way, I imagine that as an accomplished assassin, Dar's bones would make shields because they're quite proud. And against Dar's bones, Zoro had to look a layer deeper than just the number of blades. What he had to do was grapple with the material of steel. He had to look beyond the physical construct of a blade and learn to hear the breath of steel, which was an early subtle indicator that swords and other assorted objects in One Piece have sentience of their own. And so Zoro defeating Dar's bones, hearing this breath and cutting the steel, it was a moment of of true enlightenment. A brief glimpse into the second and third order universes, which will become very relevant shortly. But continuing on the slope of enlightenment led Zoro to own a sword user, but not really a sword. In fact, none of Zoro's opponents so far, other than what would be described as true swordsmen, not even Park-chan, because he also uses his fists and his body.
So we're gonna mix this around, guys.
Is what Ohm has to say about Zoro. Hunter, that's why people of the Blue Sea are useless. This sword is an iron cloud too. This blade has a dial from which the iron cloud comes. So there's two ideas. One is the technological superiority of the iron cloud sword itself, but the other is a much more cutting sense of spiritual superiority. Park-chan was about genetic superiority, that's good. It was about material superiority, and here only
I'm gonna move these around. You see how it's kind of pulling away from the bone? That's what we want. So now we're gonna add the vegetables. We're gonna cook this for like just 30 minutes with the vegetables because we don't want the vegetables to get overcooked or anything.
These numbers, what are these numbers? They're very important numbers in Buddhism, and specifically with 108. It refers to the 108 earthly desires that humans must overcome before reaching enlightenment, which isn't a simple list of things to avoid. It's actually
quick flavor test.
Combinations including three feelings, six senses, two reactions, and three time frames that plugged in together spit out the 108 number. Which is why you may notice that Zoro occasionally does some in-math.
That's pretty good.
This is why.
Knives on front. That's really good.
Which to emphasize is not Zoro gaining.
It's not too heavy.
Did not be only because he was stronger. What he gained was insight. Zoro is becoming more and more aware of the smaller micro elements of the
Then while you're doing this, make sure that we're coming back to the green onions and mixing it around in that water. We're trying to get the slime and that chlorophyll off of the onions. Cold water.
And look, I'm getting kind of boring at this stage speaking about them all back to back like this, but once again, Kaku is a challenge of direct physical superiority. As a Rokushiki master, Kaku is a literal superhero.
Alright, we're gonna put back the parchment. This traps in that heat.
Zoro doesn't have that. He doesn't have the time to do that. But he is well and truly deep.
While we do that, we're going to also start cutting our mushrooms. So the mushrooms are for the breakfast. We're gonna cut some shiitake mushrooms, and we're gonna cut some, I don't even know how to pronounce them. They're not enoki mushrooms. You'll see. I'll have to look it up later. I forget what they're called. Sorry guys, I'm looking for a cover for this. So I can put this bell pepper in the fridge. So yeah, right now we're gonna cut a whole bunch of shiitake mushrooms. Coming back to these green onions and cleaning them.
Next up is Thriller. This is where Zoro faces his first true swordsman since Mihawk being the zombie Rune, a legendary officer with the shadow of Brook and a much, much closer fight than many readers or watchers remember. This was an extremely unique bout in One Piece where the victor was decided by a single hit, and this is what a fight between two true swordsmen looks like. I also have a whole video on this specific fight, so I'm not going to go into everything here, but it is an extremely clean fight between two begins at the ongoing struggle up the slope of the mountain. And after reaching sleep, it looks impressive. That's very You gave me a great sword.
And I'm going to cut all these mushrooms.
That was a great show of humility from Zoro. To have beaten
because I like them.
the most legendary sword to ever existed. And after that, to still think
I'm going to dry my cutting board.
the same sort of very necessary humility that would lead Zoro to recap training during the time skip, and with our first full display of Zoro's new skills for turning on Fishman Island and Tofu. To be clear, there is nothing that Zoro learns from Kyoto. His life is instead meant to be a progress line for us. Right at the end, when Kyoto abandons any honor as a swordsman that he may or may not have had by attacking Zoro from behind with poison blades, Zoro calls Kyoto a frog, right before defeating him, which is a reference to what we all him during his group. You are but a frog in a well, about to find out the vastness of the world. And Zoro's well was the East Blue, the most peaceful of all of the seas. Zoro conquered the East Blue, and he thought that he was ready to take on me. Whereas Kyozo's well was Fishman Island. He was crowned the #1 swordsman on the island, and because of his belief in Fishman's superiority, he never even considered that a stronger swordsman could exist outside of Fishman Island. What this fight shows is the difference in those who have experience of what Mihawk said, the vastness of the world, versus those who do not. Zoro's travels have allowed him to learn and experience more about the nature of existence than Kyozo has. And Kyozo, he comparatively knows nothing, which is why Fishman Island's #1 swordsman was beaten when he was nothing, just as East Blue's #1 swordsman was beaten when he was nothing during karate. However, Zoro's greatest leap to date comes from a very unexpected opponent.
I'm going to do this a bit better.
And what Zoro was doing for a lot of this fight was
half
hunting, which is actually
flat surface.
for the name of two people in one piece who actually care about being the world's greatest swordsman.
A lot better.
Is of course pirate hunter, and Hawk Seneca was marine hunter. And in his first appearance, Mihawk equates his fight against Zoro as hunting a rabbit. This is where the full scale of Zoro's spiritual evolution
I do it that way.
becomes clear. Because as he
Or,
prepares to cut people,
it depends. We're going to cut both. I'm going to get better at this. We got the whole pack.
Chiliad well, except that's in power of 3, and there's nothing I can't cut. 3 sword, secret style art, 3 billion-fold world, Trichiliocosm. Now, Trichiliocosm is a Buddhist concept of a, quote, third-order universe which contains 1,000 second-order universe clusters, which themselves are made up of 1,000 first-order universe clusters. And this is an evolution of the final attack that Zoro used on Mihawk during Garage, what was called 3,000 worlds. I think this might be the single best moment in the series that demonstrates Zoro's progress. As against Mihawk,
Let's do the hole. A lot better with a flat surface. It's just harder to go through the stock. It's like my knife. And I'm still gonna have to do this.
Because that is all that his East Blue experience was capable of showing. But having journeyed all throughout the Grand Line,
the water is not as green anymore, guys.
Necessarily swordsman, but he challenged Zoro's perception of the world, has allowed Zoro to climb this cosmic ladder where knowledge and awareness becomes power. And take note before Zoro uses this attack.
I'm gonna make some pretty ones. These are ugly.
9 mountains and 8 seas, which is what the world was made of in Buddhist
These are the good
Zoro
ones.
didn't do that breakdown.
Ugly ones.
That's because Zoro didn't know. He probably didn't care either. It took discoveries like the breath of all things, the abandonment of earthly desires, and tapping into a demigod to teach Zoro what the singular world was made of. And it was as much of an introspective journey to break down these micro elements as it was a journey to push further and further into the second and third order universes. Zoro and Pika, they live on the same planet, but mentally and spiritually, Zoro is 2 orders of magnitude beyond her. And it's a shame that it was Pika who was Zoro's opponent for the showcase of evolution, because it means that what genuinely could be the greatest leap forward in Zoro's journey does get it.
I think I'm gonna keep it like this though, guys. Honestly, just because
This move had been used
I don't want, once the shiitake mushrooms are cut, they deteriorate quicker. And I'm gonna be eating this during the week. I don't want them to get all fucked up. So I'm going to put them in a bag. Well, I think we have enough mushrooms in general already.
I will say that I do personally have some issue with
Shimeji mushrooms, that's what they're called.
It is radically different.
My bad.
It is fantastic as the sheer spectacle looks in the anime. It does lose a lot of that sort of spirit. Because in the anime, Zoro travels out, destroys the landscape, and becomes this huge abstract energy being thing, ultimately overwhelming Killer. And it makes it seem like Zoro is defeating Killer with power rather than skill, drive, and spirituality, which is the antithesis of Zoro's whole journey to get to this point. And what's also quite funny is that we haven't even mentioned Haki in this video yet, and it's because Zoro isn't hugely focused on it. Yes, he did learn observation, and then most happily there's nothing about knowing. It seems ridiculous, but that's because Zoro has been so confused. He's not he's got his own separate powers. But of course,
Customers not answering your calls? With text requests, you can text customers from your office phone number right on your computer. I gotta respond. Book an online demo at textrequest.com.
let's also examine King, who brings back a very familiar line said by most of Zoro's opponents at this stage, which is, "You are biologically incapable of defeating." In this case, because of the Lunari name, vulnerability, but it doesn't matter. Zoro has already done this exact.
We're going to dry our hands.
And it's at the point where you may think this idea
And we're gonna put these in there. I say dry hands because, like I said, you don't want to introduce moisture because it's gonna go bad quicker.
more about Zoro being tasted by Enma, the king of hell. Zoro's true opponent during this fight was Emma, who was threatening to take Zoro's life. Yes, Zoro has rescued him from the was a problem child, but the first sword who truly challenged Zoro was Emma. Aptly named, Zenma literally means king of hell. And this is the natural evolution point that Zoro captured into Ashura. Zoro has now gone so far into hell that he is being confronted with its king. There's something very fun happening here, because Zoro is fighting two kings at once during this clash, and Zoro's spiritual escalation leads him to being able to form a partnership with the king of hell to defeat the other king, not of hell, with an attack named Ikyakusanjo Imojigoku, literally meaning 103 levels of potatoes, which comes from a story of sweet potatoes being judged by Enma and him throwing them into hell for causing him harm. I personally think the story is pretty harsh towards sweet potatoes, and Zoro is now channeling the human potatoes, which is also a reference to I guarantee you that is not when addressing them, Zoro describes it as follows. The sword is honest and direct. It was my strength. So Zoro once again locks himself in the slope to the right. Greater and greater heights. In this case,
we're gonna put this tray here.
Comes next after the King of Hell, I'm not entirely sure, but that's because I'm still stuck on a first order brain. Zoro is universes ahead of me, and I look forward to seeing how he inevitably becomes the world's greatest sword.
We're gonna do these in batches. I have these rolls. We're gonna use these rolls. I'm gonna double it because I already know how these are. I'm gonna go through 4 of these. I've done this before.
A Chewy order is on the way for Dash, who was just rescued yesterday.
So we're gonna cross these.
Who's realizing in real time his new dog has a thing for squirrels. And there's Chewy, where Dave will order a harness and everything else Dash needs in life. Like delicious food, because squirreling can work up quite an appetite. For low prices and fast shipping, for lots of pets, there's Chewy.
I want to keep this, a little one.
One piece ball is dangerous no matter where you are, who you are, or what you are. For example, if you happen to be as a well-renowned taking sail from the safest possible location in this group, you'll still find that you get immediately caught in a deadly whirlpool. Were it not for a little barrel and a lot of luck, you'd be killed on spot.
You're gonna have a lot of slime coming out of this.
It only gets more deadly from there, and absurd to almost incomprehensible degrees. We're talking lands filled with demons, soul stealers, diseases, colossal shadow monsters, literal incarnations of hell.
I can make a small version of the chawanmsuhi today, so that we can all see it.
To destroy everyone at all times in all of the places.
I gotta make the syrup as well.
So let's explore the most
Forgot about that.
locations in one
I can make that tomorrow. I'm tired. Or fuck it, I'll do it today.
But to begin with, we have
do you see all this
Reverse
grain?
Mountain, an extremely important landmark in the One Piece world because it acts as a nexus point to enter the Grand Line. Unless you have
This
special
is,
abilities, technology, or well-governed permission, this is the only way that you can access the Grand Line from
You wanna get rid of all this
routes.
stuff.
And essentially, what you need to do is sail over a mountain, which is even more difficult than it sounds.
And
Because in
then-
order to simply reach the entrance of Reverse Mountain, you need to navigate through a perpetual typhoon, and if you make it through that, you'll encounter an extremely narrow corridor that the sea currents suck your ship into. So if your ship is a little bit too big, then you won't even fit through the entrance. It's just a smash, you'll crash and die immediately. And that's what the vast majority of people who attempt to enter Reverse Mountain do. They die. And on top of that, the entrance also lines with very curious set of stone gates that restrict the vessels, and this is very curious as to who could have possibly built them in this extremely volatile channel. And this area is designed as an introduction to the Grand Line. If you survive Reverse Mountain, you are rewarded with the opportunity to fight, survive, and probably die in even more dangerous locations than this. A great example of which would be Ed War, a patch of ocean that functions as a colossal eddy, which is a volatile circular flow of water, which is so dangerous that it defeated Golden Lion Shiki, one of the most powerful pirates of his generation. Shiki, in his grand wisdom, chose Ed War as the location to confront Goldie Roger with his full fleet of 51 ships. And after sailing his ships into a very moist meat grinder, Shiki was somehow surprised when half of the ships vanished before his eyes due to a sudden yet very predictable weather shift. And even though Shiki himself did manage to escape, this environmental hazard signaled the end of his life, ripped Shiki from prominence, and confined him to an obscure footnote in One Piece world history. I really want to emphasize this. No one in the One Piece world is safe from the world itself. It doesn't matter how strong you are, all it
And
takes
then
is a single
we're
mistake
going
in
to
one area of the planet,
add
and
this
you're done for. And
again to
sometimes
this
what
one.
fate has in store for you can be uniquely cruel. And often it comes in the safest looking places, such as the Calm Belt. Two stretches of water that circumnavigate the globe with no wind, thus stranding many ships. And even worse than that, you won't even get the chance
We
to
didn't even
die
need
of
this.
starvation in the Calm
Put
Belt
this back.
because it is a breeding ground for seagulls. You end up there, you have no escape. All you can do is wait to die. Although world government ships have discovered a way to sail safely through the Calm Belt by lining the bottom of their ships with sea stone, which essentially masks the presence of the ships, and there are natives of the Calm Belt that sail via non-wind methods. And even that one time that Silvers Ray Lee swam through the Calm Belt to get to Amazon Lily, but to the best of my knowledge, you are not Silvers Ray Lee, and you'll probably die. However, at least you'll be able to say that you weren't unfortunate enough to take a path guiding you to Raijin Island in the New World sector of the Grand Line, which is a legendary location known for its permanent lightning rain. At one point, we see Nami reading a book describing the phenomena. Even with the knowledge of its existence, seeing it is a completely shocking experience. And it's by far one of the most difficult islands to explore for obvious reasons, which even Goldie Roger discovered during his journey as he and his group.
So we're gonna let these dry.
The most powerful and knowledgeable explorers of their time were thoroughly decimated by Raijin. In fact, in the middle of this battlefield,
Now we're gonna look at the
being struck by
chicken
lightning.
stew,
However, the
or the
island
stewed
does
chicken.
apparently have residents who do maneuver around safely. As when Mad Monk Rouge encountered Rican Island, he was approached by a mysterious cloaked woman named Casa who offered him an umbrella. As for how well these umbrellas work, I don't know. Casa keeps patrol. Stupid tourist thinks it's gonna be okay.
We're gonna turn this off, and then we're going to add the aromatics. The aromatics include this, the culantro stems, oregano, and we're gonna add bay leaves. This is similar to steeping tea. We're not trying to boil it too much when the leaves are in there, because then you're just tumbling around the leaves. They get you don't want to cook them too much because then they'll start like getting bitter. It'll also start like leaching some chlorophyll in there. You just want to steep it like a tea. And then the espazote, I should have added this first because this is gonna get cooked. We're gonna eat it like in a couple of minutes. Oh, that's the culantro. This is the espazote.
Presenting the exact reverse freezing head, complete with a pair of yetis on the time, and the likely horror of stumbling upon an entire cave of frozen corpses of former world-jumping stars. If you do manage to survive all the weight, then just keep in mind that at one point there was a mad scientist living on Haphazard whose life's ambition was to perform sadistic experiments on humans. So it's a rather unpleasant place to say the least. To say the most, it's almost quite literally hell, and the only thing stopping me from giving it that label is that there are so many more locations that comfortably own that title.
With Robinhood Gold, earn 3.35%.
This is gonna be yummy. I already know it.
Plus, get a 3% match on IRA contributions, so you can make the most of your money. Sign up today for 30 days free.
You can already tell the radishes already soaked that up. The chicken is falling off the bone.
People on K-pop really watch your style.
Let's taste it.
Sell your clothes and make even more money with no selling fees. Download them.
Yeah, that's freaking fire. So we're gonna let this do its thing. We're gonna put some things in the dishwasher real quick.
Such as the adorable particularly dangerous spot because it has a chance of being encountered so early on in the ground. In speedrunning terms, rolling Little Garden on your log pose is a run. Firstly, because this island is quite unique, and that it takes an entire year for your log pose to reset in order to navigate to the next island, as opposed to mere days like most locations. And secondly, because the chances that you'll survive that entire year are none.
We're gonna take pictures of the pollo guisado. And while we do that, we're going to have these dishes get washed. Let's see.
Which infects the victim with viral bacteria that ravages the human body over 5 days until a state of death has been achieved. Which most doctors
I'm trying to move fast because I want good daytime.
Nami just so happened to get extremely lucky because Dr. Kureha is 141 years old and still had vaccine remaining from the time before its alleged eradication. But look, the greater point is that most people wouldn't even have the chance to bring this condition to a doctor because they're stuck waiting a year on Little Garden. This is not a good place to be. And its giant residents, Dory and Broggy, have stated that no human has ever been able to survive for anywhere near the entire year required for the log pose to reset. And there are other islands that try to expedite your process to death even faster. One of which is the Great Pellet, the Usopp Center in 3 times. This is a series of flower-shaped islands, or more accurately, island-shaped flowers. And this is truly horrifying.
I'm gonna take away this soup.
Within these colossal island plants are what are known as forests of gluttony, which at first appear to be a heavenly paradise full of infinite delicious foods, on which Usopp indulged a bit too much during the time skip. And this is all part of what I like to call the Hansel and Gretel strategy, because the goal of the island is to catch up with these in order to get out of it. As each and every one of the islands catch a massive carnivorous plant known as a stomach bowel. And the size of this the defenses of the island, bushes and other small plants are all stationed around the outside outside of the island. So the closer you are to the center, the safer you are, but also the closer to the mouth of the stomach barrel. So getting in is very easy, but getting out is impossible. In fact, when Usopp landed there wasn't a single recorded example of someone having escaped the stomach barrel. Although
I'm gonna reheat some rice that I have, and the way that I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna steam it. Do I have that steamer up? No, I do not.
What's truly deadly is that most people attempt to reach Skypiea, which is via the knock-up stream, which is a natural phenomenon that you are normally supposed to avoid at all costs. Firstly, because in order to even access it,
Let me take out the dish real quick and I'll just wash it. It's what we had the dashi in. I'll just wash it real quickly.
Obliterated and you'll say, but also this isn't like the first mountain where you can just ride the current all the way up even if you are successful. With the knock-up stream, you need to fly. The stream itself is more of a launch mechanism for which you'll fit using prepared to fly for more than the stream. Maybe the first crash of the blind factor to breeze is more importantly to your opinion. Just a few of us are the more prepared to visit the sun, but it only gets worse if you try and go easy time. Because the 1 through 12 has many names, some of which are accessible. Aliens known as the space planets. They sound funny, and they act funny. These guys, space is very in approximately 100 challenges of extraterrestrial life.
This is not the lid, but we're gonna put it on there. I'm gonna take out the rice. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the rice in that cloth that I had, the blue cloth. We're gonna wrap it and then we're gonna warm it up through the steamer that way. Y'all tracking?
With no oxygen, but also no pirates, or their movie, both oxygen and pirates. I guess even though they're pirates, there is something comforting about knowing your name, which is a comfort that the Florian Triangle does not provide. This is an area based on the Bermuda Triangle legends, characterized by incredibly thick fog, so thick that Rook was lost in this area for half a century. Although getting lost for the rest of your life is one of the more merciful outcomes, because within this triangle exists one of the most terrifying colossal monsters we've seen in One Piece, which resemble Inibozu and are heavily implied to be the entities responsible for the reputation of disappearances within the triangle. It's said that each year over 100 ships set sail into the mist and never come out. It's not said that any ships successfully sail through the mist, just that over 100 of them make the mistake of doing so. And they don't see it. That is a whole new level of hopelessness, because there is no chance of fighting and defeating whatever these creatures are. And also no way of knowing what they do with the sailors that they ensnare. All in all, Florian Triangle, not.
How long should a talking stage last? I think it shouldn't last more than a month.
I'm thinking about an hour to 3 hours.
Like 3 months.
People are
I feel
funny.
like if it's longer, then he's leading you off. 3 months. If he doesn't want to do more after that, done.
Have you ever used what? You can actually see their meetup preferences up
Yeah,
front,
so guys,
so you know if they're really
sorry about that, guys. I have a steamer going. This is how I have the rice. One of these are clean. Just put it right there. Warming it up.
First, there's a welcome pack with tips on transitioning your dog to fresh food. You'll also get a cup, container, and scoop to keep meals fresh and be tastier. Now for my dog's favorite part, the treats. We got 2 bags of chicken and apple.
While that is doing its thing, I'm going to make the eggs for my meals.
Chicken with carrots,
Alright.
lamb with cranberries, pork with apples, and beef with sweet potatoes. That's everything in our all
Pleasant area to be in. Nor is our next location Sawadee Archipelago, which may sound surprising, but this is because
Make our nori sauce actually.
mostly uninhabited and populated with natural nature. It's more so that these environments are oppressive, as there was one mad scientist who but there is a big danger. Sawadee is a series of pleasant-looking islands as an amusement park located smack bang at the halfway mark of the ground. In fact, there are multiple paths that you can hit to the ground, but each and every one of them eventually passes through this archipelago, which can be a big problem, because it means that this location is a collision point for pilots. resulting in many of the groves being designated as war zones, war assaults of the illegal industry tribe, and most of all, the slave trade. And this Sabri also serves as a slave trade. It's capturing visitors or even residents in order to sell to the human auction houses, which has also attracted the interest of the world nobles who take frequent trips in order to buy and sell slaves. Because the world nobles have a keen interest in this location, that means that the Marines also have a heavy presence. Should a world noble order it, the Marine Army can summon other noble slaves. But TLDR, doesn't matter who you are or what you are, this location is dangerous. Because there's always going to be someone watching or waiting for the opportunity to harm or sell you. And there are many empires on the One Piece planet that aim to do something similar, such as Totaland.
So, we're gonna make the nori sauce first, and then, yeah, we're gonna measure out this dashi that we have, because it is cooled down enough now.
Discover the sinister secret behind their creation. All residents of Totaland are required to pay what is known as a soul tax, whereby Big Mom removes fragments of their souls and uses those fragments to give life to these objects. I don't quite know how soul mass works in real life, but in the One Piece world, your soul is required to taste the fragments. So the less soul you have, more fragment it is the closer you want to get. So each and every year, Charlotte Lynn
This is 1 ounce. Cleared it out.
Of the life force of her people in order to power her grotesque wonderland. But look, if you're not into that, then you could always take your chances with the more barbaric Rican Island. Home
812,
of the sea,
812.
But he's not the main issue that you'll be concerned with. Your more immediate problem will be the humandrels, extremely powerful and intelligent creatures who mimic and evolve based on human behavior, with these humandrels having evolved in response to war, and becoming one of the strongest and most aggressive creatures you can possibly encounter in the One Piece world. Due to their early exposure
800 as well, it's like 16.
Devastating war that took place, they have evolved into efficient killing machines. And they don't even necessarily know why they're killing, they're just doing what they saw on
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay. So, definitely have enough.
For some more demonic action,
All right.
we also have the morbidly mysterious Nagashima, an island off the coast of Wano created out of the skull of
Cool. I can make.
creature. And this area once served as Emperor of the Sea Kaido's personal mansion. Kaido is of course known as the strongest creature in the world.
I have extra dashi. Cool. Okay. So 400.
Pirates and samurai of the Wano nation. So I would expect a slightly hostile reaction should you decide to walk up to Ocean. It's one of those places that could solidly own the title of hell. But I think the closest thing we have to a literal hell in the One Piece world is right now. The Great Undersea Prison consisting of 6 levels, each with their own unique method of being tortured and adopted to the prison, punishing them in very cruel and unruly ways. Some of these individual hells include the Crimson Hell, Wild Beast Hell, Starving Hell, Blazing Hell, Freezing Hell, and we reprieve on level 5.5 for Newcomer Land, which is actually quite nice. And following that is level 6, the Eternal Hell, which is very nice. So Nick, consider this. Punk has a horrible island, but it only had 2 hells, burning one and freezing one. And Roll Down has both of those, and 4 more, 6 hells. And it is designed to portray and evoke pain and suffering.
68 grams of sugar.
Being referred to as the most dangerous person. However, you do at least have some chance of surviving. Some. That's not true of everyone. And frequently, some of the most truly terrifying locations can be some of the most pleasant looking, such as Flavance, the White City, an absolutely stunning civilization characterized by pristine white buildings, almost heavenly in nature and often described as a fairy tale. However, all of these buildings were constructed out of a material known as amber lead, a highly poisonous material that was known about by the royal family of Flavance. However, they chose to hide this from the public because it was very profitable at the time until the symptoms started properly manifesting and killed all but one of its residents, a young Trafalgar Law who had to consume the opium and operate on himself to overcome the condition. The royal government also helped out a bit by carrying out one of its genocides to prevent the spread of the lead syndrome.
Sugar.
To this day, the White City is arguably the
Mirin.
most dangerous location because if you visit, then your death is guaranteed. Not only that, it will be slow, it will be painful, there is no cure, but hey, at least you got to lay your eyes on some very pretty buildings.
A Chewy pharmacy order
34
is on the way
grams.
for Summit, who loves fresh air.
This is all in grams, not milliliters.
Like, loves fresh air. But fresh air is full of stuff. Fleas, ticks, allergens. So So her parents use Chewy for all her prescriptions. Fast delivery means they never miss a
100
dose.
soy.
And great prices mean more funds for more fun. For quality meds and great prices, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
And then 400 of dashi. We're gonna put this on the stove and we're gonna put it on low and we're gonna let this simmer for about 45 minutes. That rice is just about done, I'll be honest. It's all steaming and shit. Ooh. Hot, hot.
This is Rob.
Leave it there for a couple more minutes. I'm gonna do eggs real quick.
And Miss Robucci also happens to be one of the premier villains of The One Piece. But how premier do you ask him is? Well, we're going to find out. Because we are on a mission to rank every major antagonist in the most comprehensive and exhaustive way possible, video by video.
So for this one,
featuring the little cat in the hat, Robucci. So here's a fun thing. Robucci is, I think, the only primary antagonist we're going to examine.
12 grams. We're gonna do double this, so we're gonna do 24 of soy sauce.
Meet a bunch of shit make work people, and we know that one of them is going to be our next crew member, and Mr. Robucci at the time was on that list. We didn't know at the time that he was a secret agent planted by the world government.
24 mirin. That's a 48.
On paper stored within a cyborg. No, Oda very deliberately deceived us when it comes to this man. The first panel of Rob Lucci in the series is without question the single most unremarkable first panel of any primary antagonist in One Piece. It is simply this tiny sliver of Rob Lucci who looks so purposely remarkable, sandwiched between two other Galileo carpenters working away. The first time you
and then we're gonna do 8 grams of salt, and we're gonna do smoked sea salt that I have.
The author is able to command your attention so powerfully that you don't even see it. Even in Lucci's first full-body panel, yes, he clearly stands out in retrospect because we know who he is, but at the time, the attention primarily goes to Pollo, because he has a more intricate, how shall we say, main character design, with assorted bright colors as opposed to the rest of Galileo, and Pollo's color scheme was very deliberately designed by Oda. Because in that very same chapter, Luffy had previously declared his intention to acquire a shipwright and then drew a masterwork depicting Frankie. But we didn't know that at the time. All we knew is that Luffy wanted someone vaguely blue, and Pollo's primary color scheme was also vaguely blue. There are things, ever so many teeny tiny things that Oda implemented in order to get the heat off of Luffy. Because it's a very tricky thing to balance. Oda couldn't make
mix,
or else the betrayal and revelation wouldn't be satisfying. No great mystery ends with the conclusion that it was the guy in the background of page 5 of chapter 3.
We're going to
so the real challenge here was to make Luffy blend in and stand out.
Chicken real quick, because it's getting dark out.
In a lot of shonen series, authors develop one-trick characters who have an extremely odd quirk. Like say Ghost from Black Clover, whose only real characteristic is his obsession with his sister, or Lance from Marshall, who's obsessed with his sister, or Yuri from Spy Family, who's obsessed with his sister. Other character quirks are available, it doesn't always have to be wild and successful. Rob Lucci is a great example of this. Oda gave him the very bold quirk of ventriloquism and violin, which is so ridiculous that it decides readers and viewers taking Rob Lucci in any way serious, especially when Luffy comes forward. They take that to control of Rob Lucci. The other way around. So he's strong.
Did I not? What happened to my avocados? Did I leave a bag in the car? I'm missing the avocados and the... I'm missing the avocados. Well, I had avocados for this, guys. I'm really salty that I don't, because this goes with avocados, but I can take a picture tomorrow. as well.
Or is it, aside from Water 7, Rob Lucci and CP9 seem to be practically world famous. When Rob Lucci goes on his Bond villain monologue to Ice about inner workings of Scientology, he states that CP9 is a secret cell that needs to operate in the open because it's not supposed to exist. It's a secret. And this is skipping ahead a bit, but when Rob Lucci returns to Enies Lobby, he's greeted like a celebrity. In fact, everywhere he goes, he's a celebrity. Every Marine and world government agent knows exactly who he is. Even the waitress that Jabra was dating, named Catherine, dumped Jabra because she heard that Rob Lucci was coming back to Enies Lobby, and she wanted to try her luck with him instead. There's also a part during Thriller Bark where Gecko Moria and Bartholomew Kuma are
You see how nice that rice is?
Kuma said, and I quote, "Before the incident at Enies Lobby, no one thought that Rob Lucci would be." Whereas the line should have been something more like, "Before the incident at Enies Lobby, no one knew that Rob Lucci even existed, because he's a secret agent man who infiltrated Water 7 using his real name, even though he is known by every fodder Marine and world government agent in existence." And after Luffy defeats Lucci, there's even a broadcast over what remains of Enies Lobby that Rob Lucci was beaten. And all of the Marines are in shock because they all know who he is. So I really do think that Oda dropped the ball a bit with the secret agent stuff after the reveal, but if he was to drop the ball, then that would be the time to do it. It still doesn't impact the reveal itself. And Lucci is a villain who has more or less managed to retain his initial air of mystery, because over the course of One Piece, we don't actually learn a whole lot about him. In total, Rob Lucci's backstory amounts to about 5 panels. It's a chilling tale of a pirate crew having taken the kingdom soldiers hostage, and when Lucci was sent in to settle the situation, he infiltrated and killed all of the hostages before doing the same to the attacking pirates. So this flashback tends to confuse a lot of people, especially in the anime when the events are extended and portrayed. The reason why Lucci killed the hostages was because if these soldiers were weak enough to expose the country, then simply dealing with the pirates wasn't going to be good enough, as those same soldiers would just go on to compromise the kingdom again. Rob Lucci is a man who believes that weakness is a sin. In his eyes, these soldiers were every bit as guilty of not fulfilling their duties as the pirates were of attacking the kingdom to begin with. This is a philosophy that Rob Lucci has labeled dark justice, which is Lucci's personal brand of justice that involves finding a balance between the most horrific yet still logical solution to any problem. With something like absolute justice, Sakazuki will do terrible things that he sees as necessary for the greater good. He will not seek those things out. Whereas with dark justice, Rob Lucci will deliberately seek out those terrible things that can result in justice. It's basically his excuse for being able to do horrible things. And Lucci is definitely one of the most stoic characters in One Piece. His ability to express any emotion is so limited that I'm convinced he's using Iron Body on his face at all times to keep everything perfectly frozen in a constant state of neutrality. And you know, in another saga, I'm not sure if a primary antagonist like Lucci would have landed, because Lucci is very dry and we learn incredibly little about him. However, it works for Water 7 and Enies Lobby because Lucci's role is bigger than any individual god. Rob Lucci is a physical manifestation of the world government. He is there to serve as that unbreakable wall that the Straw Hats cannot overcome. And the metaphor is that trying to fight Rob Lucci is like trying to fight the entirety of the world government itself. It is just impossible. More so than most, this is an arc where the Straw Hats are fighting against the system. And systems are emotionless and ruthless. They do what they're programmed to do with no emotion. Like how when Caliphate stated that their long mission was nearly complete, Lucci simply replied, "Keep careless comments like that to yourself until we arrive." One of the reasons why I personally love Lucci is because Oda really commits to his no-nonsense persona. And really, the only occasion of nonsense that I can recall is Lucci being caught out underestimating Luffy's strength, after which point Lucci immediately recognized his own fault and adjusted. At one point, he even complimented Luffy and stated that he was worthy of being captain, which is really refreshing to see, as most villains have a complete inability to self-reflect and often delegate their own shortcomings to other factors. As for Lucci though, this man is a knight on flawless iron wall. You cannot crack him emotionally, and you cannot wait for him to make a mistake because he won't. And so the only way that you can deal with Lucci is to be strong enough to break down that iron wall. Which is why Luffy vs. Lucci is one of the most memorable fights in One Piece. It is a non-stop, brutal slugfest that pushed Luffy harder than any other opponent, and even to this day, the only fight that can really rival it is Luffy vs. Katakuri. And watching Luffy deliver that final jet Gatling gun that broke the big cat wall is still one of my fondest memories of One Piece of all time. But another reason why Lucci works here is because the emotional core of the Water 7 saga is about the Straw Hats. They have more than enough drama happening within their own group that we can afford to balance all of that out with such an emotionless film. But then there's also Spandam. I mentioned this in his video, but Spandam and Lucci are dual antagonists.
Yeah, guys, this is the food. Let me get it as bright as I can so you guys can see. I'm gonna take a picture of it outside real quick. This is the food, guys. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Now that I took photos of it, let's eat and let's see how it tastes. Would have tasted better with fucking avocados. But let's see. Okay, trying to see me a little bit more. Excited for this part. It's a little bit crooked, but pretty tasty. Radish go well with this. The espresso definitely gives it a different flavor. That was good, guys. As you can see, that nori sauce is bubbling. While I eat, I'm gonna finish off the eggs, because then we're done prepping. So keep on eating real quick. Would have been a lot better with avocado. Six eggs, actually. Actually, And then we're going to blitz them. With the emulsion blender. It's the whole carton then, huh? Guess it's the whole carton. I thought I got 18. Guess that was the last case I got. Excuse me. I'm gonna eat real quick, I'm sorry. Once I'm done with this, I'm gonna put the food in the fridge to cool down. I turn on the super cool option. Like I said, you have to be careful with bringing down food to temperature. I don't have ice at home, so I'm not able to cool down food in the sink. So that's what I do. And so you can do this by hand. No, I'm not gonna do that. I have a messed up wrist. You just want to get it smooth. We're not trying to aerate it too much. Just smooth, no aeration. Those bubbles are aeration. We don't need all that. That's all we needed. Put that to the side. On this big boy, we are going to measure the rest. I believe it was 800 dashi. And so what is that gonna, so dashi, yep, 800 grams. So this is 800 milliliters, 800 grams of dashi. I did double, so we're gonna do 1600. I'm gonna have to use that emulsion blender again, mix all this stuff. That's enough. That's it. gonna wash it real quick. I'm gonna get the strainer again. Finish that off. All right, we are going to add in this, which is the salt and the soy, all that stuff. Then we're gonna add in our eggs, our eggy boys. Smooth out our mixture. And if there's like any shells or anything weird, we'll catch it. And then we're just gonna mix it well. And that's our mix. So we're gonna put this in some cups, and this is gonna be ready for tomorrow for our breakfast. Put the day and time in these. Transfer over this one. Cool. So, all right. Fuck it. I'm just gonna be very careful. No, I want to mix it more just in case. Here, I'm gonna dump it back in. I want to keep on mixing it more. Whatever's in the bottom, all that sugar, that salt needs to get mixed in better. I'm gonna mix it more. All right, that's a little bit better. I feel better with that. You can smell that nori sauce in the background. This might last me the week. It's already Tuesday. This is really good. This dish is really, really good. I think you guys will like it. And I got some Alaskan snow crab. Eat some more food real quick. Nom nom nom. Can this one fit? Yeah, this one will fit. I already know what all this is, so I'm just gonna put dates on them. So yeah, this is the chawanmsuhi for my week, and the dashi for the rest of my week. I want it. So I'm gonna put a date on these. You do not want to freeze these. These are good for like 4 days. I most likely like go through about 75% of one of these just in a day. They're so good. Like, this recipe is so good. Can't wait for you guys to see it tomorrow. Put these in the fridge. Quick eating break, guys. Sorry about that. What I'm gonna do next is put the stewed chicken in the fridge. Making space for it. I'm gonna leave it uncovered in there. I'm gonna put a heat mat so that it doesn't burn or break the glass, but I'm gonna put super cool mode on in my fridge so it knows that it needs to compensate for the heat. And I'm gonna introduce, but because I cooled it down just a bit, I believe it should be fine. It shouldn't bring down the temperature of the fridge too much. Must I say that rice is the ingredient that unites us all. Everyone likes rice. Especially if you know how to make rice. We're gonna wipe this down real quick. Alright, I'm wiping this down because I don't know if you guys saw, I got some egg on here. Clean this real quick. Okay, and then I have the green onions here. I'm gonna put them in a container so that they stay dry and they can last me the week. I could show you guys the nori sauce is not going to be done, and then isn't it? I think it'll be done. We'll see. I'm gonna bring out the snow crab. I can do that for like a little bit of a dessert type thing. I'm already really full, I'm not gonna lie. But I think you guys would enjoy seeing all of this hard work for the chawanmsuhi, because it is really such a cool dish that is, if you prepare it, it's not that hard. You just gotta steam it. So this is gonna be our green onions for the week. I'm gonna make a chawanmsuhi for you guys. You guys we could have put this underneath it. Most of the moisture's off of it. I'll leave this here. You can use that. And put this tray back. Since we're gonna do a chawanmsuhi, I'm gonna bring out the snow crab. I'm gonna let you guys see it. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. I got this frozen from the store. I'm gonna put it in a Ziploc bag. I'm gonna get like 2 of these out, put them in some water, defreeze them. Hi, Taco. So that nori sauce is still going. And so I'm gonna make them with tofu for my week, because tofu is really good for estrogen and stuff like that.
Antagonists. What Lucci lacks in out-loud personality, Spandam eagerly fills like a teenager into
Let me put the sugar up as well.
Lacks in the threat of raw power, Lucci expertly serves up on the corpse of his enemy. There's even a great moment where you see the true contrast between Lucci and Spandam, which is when Lucci refuses to toast the success of their 5-year mission. I'm not interested in status or power. The world government decides justice for us. As long as the government recognizes you as the leader of CP9, we will carry out your orders to the letter, but we don't have to agree with your ideals. Which contrasts against Spandam, because all he cares about is status and power, but also dictating justice according to his own ideals. But Spandam then asks what Lucci does want, and the reply is quite chilling.
Trying to seal the sugar so it doesn't come out. That's some white people shit.
Blood. When we're here, murder is justified. And Oda even draws Lucci having transformed into his carnivorous Zoan form, which were previously stated to be subject to bloodlust in particular. And I find it really interesting that Rob Lucci's only tangible desire in this world probably comes as a direct result of consuming his devil form. He wants to kill because that carnivorous Zoan instinct is always there driving him to that outcome. Although Rob Lucci does also have, slight sadism about him, which is displayed on the very first smile, which was when he was encouraging Kaku and Califer to eat their unknown devil fruit. Lucci just sits there and says, "These are totally fun." Rob Lucci is fun. There is no other one-to-one case where the concept of one would be remotely applicable. But the thought of 2 people immersing themselves with
I am
contorting their bodies into God knows
was what is incredibly exciting to him. And when it comes down to it, Rob Lucci isn't too dissimilar from an animal in the zoo. He's happy so long as he gets fed. He might not agree ideologically with his zookeepers, but as long as they keep the red meat coming, it's not an issue. Which I will say is very odd for One Piece, given how much it focuses on the importance of willpower, no matter which side you're on.
And this frozen, huh?
The lowest willpower of any major antagonist. He has no real personal drive. He's endlessly loyal to the world government. He doesn't even care what they tell him to do. That makes him justice. If they ask him to jump, he says how high. If they ask him to bake a cake, he says, what flavor? And if they ask him to whip out his in the jungle and that poison dart frog, then he says, that's just the kind of man that Rob Lucci is. He lets them decide everything for him, and yet he's still able to properly challenge and on a good day beat Monkey D. Luffy, the most driven, willful.
We're just gonna use this.
So how is Rob Lucci?
The rest of this we're gonna put into some Ziplocs.
Manipulating him. Rob Lucci is manipulating the system, which I think was brilliantly observed when Lucci revealed that Chimney and Gonbei had been following them. And when Spandam asked why Lucci didn't get rid of them, he replied, "He didn't give me the order," which was accompanied by his second smile in the series. Commanding Rob Lucci is like making a deal with him. He will carry out exactly what you ask him to the letter, but you need to be extremely careful with your requests, because if you give him even the tiniest loophole, then he is going to take that and exploit it in the worst possible way for you. Although Rob Lucci does come with a sliver of character growth over time, following the Enisobi incidents, CP9 escaped the island, and Rob Lucci is not in good shape at all, and in order to pay for his medical bills, the rest of the agents put up odd jobs in a town named St. Poplar. The agents do this because, as it turns out, they've all known each other since childhood. CP9 agents taken to a secret training island from a very young age. And after Lucci's recovery, they showed their thanks to the town by beating up some pirates who had attacked them. And this is where we see the aforementioned character development, because this same event happened in Rob Lucci's flashback, the one where he punished the kingdom for being weak enough to allow the pirates to attack. However, in this case, his motto of dark justice was switched to excessive justice, and Lucci only attacks the pirates, sparing the town, despite the fact that they were weak. And I think that this is because Lucci had to really reckon with his own philosophy. Lucci himself was weak enough to allow the Enisobi incident to happen. And while this is yet to be shown in Wikipedia, Oda has said that Lucci and the CP9 agents then went on to foil a plot to undermine the world government by Spandam's father Spandine, and that's how they were not only reinstated, but even promoted to CP0 agents. And for most of post-time skip, Lucci has been doing what Lucci does best. He's been ever present, but mostly hiding from us as readers. Lucci was aware of what was happening on Punk Hazard because he was watching season 1 cast. He actually made an appearance on Dressrosa at the end of that arc, before making himself properly known at the Reverie, which was a really fun because Lucci did appear during Wano, but unfortunately it was volume 100. It's a bit like that. He also made a ton of appearances in One Piece films, starting with film Gold and Stampede, and was also featured in film Red, which actually makes him one of the most featured One Piece movie characters aside from the Straw Hats. And these are tiny appearances, but what they did right is they kept Rob Lucci remaining in the background of the story. He was continuing to be relevant. We didn't know what he was doing, but it wasn't good. And eventually, we saw this not good as he reappeared as a minor antagonist during the Egghead Island arc. And the one thing I've come to really respect about Rob Lucci is that even after being beaten by Luffy, he wasn't broken. Most villains have their wills and dreams shaped by Luffy, but Lucci never lost focus. Instead, he became even stronger and worked his way up to a rematch with Luffy. And rematches in One Piece before this point were practically unprecedented. After being beaten by Luffy, no one challenges him again, except Lucci.
Damn it.
Yeah, I guess, and I think this very strongly reflects Lucci's symbolism of the system. Yes, Rob Lucci was beaten, but the world government definitely was not. And as long as the system stands, so will he. And not only that, he'll get even stronger, now having awakened his devil fruit. However, 2 years on, Rob Lucci has become a bit more blatant about his interpretation
We're gonna try these.
His orders, as he was clearly instructed not to attack Luffy due to him being an Emperor of the Sea. And Lucci's less than creative way of getting around this was to state that he doesn't consider Luffy to be
really good.
Emperor of the Sea. It's definitely not his best work.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's because Rob Lucci in this arc needed to reassert himself. This isn't mentioned very often, but Lucci had a Katakuri-esque.
Yeah, these are pretty good.
Within the
Wow.
Marines, he was known as a man
Wow.
be defeated. defeated. But I think that Lucci himself definitely bought into
They're a bit
this,
sticky.
which seems like a bit of a joke now because he wasn't even a hockey user pre-time skip, but that's how he was set up. He was the OG beta test for Kamakuri. So on Egghead Island, Lucci now had the chance to defeat the only person who had ever beaten him and in essence reclaim his perfect record. Which also means that for the first time we're aware of, Lucci fought for something other than bloodlust. There's a sense of pride on the line here, a drive to do better, a drive that led him to awakening his Elford. If anything, Luffy has brought out the best in Lucci by delivering that first taste of humility. And Lucci would of course be served 2 more courses during Egghead Island, as he was very much out of his league in the Luffy rematch, and his main conflict on the island ended up being against Zoro, who defeated Lucci with what I would describe as an uncomfortable degree of ease. As it's portrayed in the manga, the moment that Zoro got serious, Lucci was finished. Zoro didn't even whip out the bandana for this occasion. That's how unserious he was. Which is terrifying because I can only imagine how much more powerful this is going to make Lucci in the future. As we've explored, despite his willingness to obey, he's not the kind of man whose will can be broken. He's not going to retire and open up a cafe like previous One Piece villains. No, he's going to take these 2 losses and compound them into an even more ferocious opponent to deal with in the future. But there is one more very important thing to note about Lucci. When he was questioned by Marcus Mars, Lucci made a plea to spare Kaku's life, which is the first time that Rob Lucci has ever shown what I would describe as a typical human emotion. He was concerned for his friend, and it shows that he's found meaning in something other than bloodlust. I don't know how much meaning, but this simple reflection of the first step forward, I still feel like I often feel like if I examine Rob Lucci alone in comparison to other top-tier One Piece villains, he ends up feeling a bit lacking, but the context of Lucci's tenure really matters. And within that context of the Water 7 saga, Rob Lucci is simply perfect. I don't know what more I would have wanted from someone in his position. And anything that is lacking is balanced out by spamming. And you really get the same sort of vibe on Egghead Island. Rob Lucci was there, but he didn't have the presence of Saint Saki of his own, completely different weight classes, yet he still did his job as a villain immaculate. And apart from the not-so-secret agent thing, which is mostly just funny, I struggle to find any flaws with Rob Lucci and his unbelievably impactful and persistent role as a villain in the story, and as such, he is going to be our 3rd S-tier villain on this list. And you let me know in the comments who you'd like to see ranked next.
And so this is, I'll show you guys. I'm gonna let that defreeze in the water.
With Robinhood, you could securely buy and sell crypto at one of the lowest costs on average in the US. Download Robinhood to buy and sell your favorite crypto assets today.
These are till frozen.
When Monkey D. Sun God defeated Doflamingo on Dressrosa,
they're breaking
the
down.
final attack he had to face was the very curious and named
Fresh don't break down
holy bullets. And it
like
consisted
this,
of Doflamingo
but we're gonna
firing
break
off
these up.
exactly
Yeah,
16 strings of Luffy,
they're breaking up.
in the Matrix, stopping them
It's
with
okay
a
though.
single hand, and
We
then
get what we can.
smacked Doflamingo to the cold ground below. When I was reading this weekly at the time, I remember vividly thinking that this was a bit of an underwhelming final attack from Mr. Sir Flamingo. Usually the last thing we see from a major antagonist or villain man is their big old ultimate super attack of doom. But these 16 strength things felt more like an opening attack than it did a big finisher. And it would take 170 chapters and 7 years of real world publishing time for us, or maybe just for me, as readers, to understand the true significance of Doflamingo's attack. As in chapter 1060, the Lucian Kingdom was bombarded by the ancient weapon Uranus, which consisted of exactly 16 pillars of purging light. 16 holy bullets, if you will. Bullets that were decreed from above and shot in the exact same way that Doflamingo's strings were. So we need to answer 3 questions. Firstly, what is the significance of the number 16? Has it appeared elsewhere in the series? And let me tell you, this turned out to be a far deeper rabbit hole than I was initially prepared for. But secondly,
there's no strength in that one.
Replicating the attack of an ancient weapon, and how aware of Uranus is he? The answer to that one's going to make you feel a bit uncomfortable because he is very aware of it. And finally, how much does Doflamingo know about evil, and how was he planning to use evil to attain his this goal of something world domination. Lots to do, and I generally try not to dive too deeply into ideas that only have 1 or 2 points of evidence, because 2 is just a coincidence, especially in a series as long and as large as One Piece, but 3 is a pattern, and anything more than 3 is excessively beating you over the head to get to. So we have our 16 holy words supposedly go to the 16 shots of Uranus, but we also have Luffy bringing the Oxbell and bringing the 16 times warning the world of this tradition, and even a civilian in chapter 763 stated that the world noble shot his sons a total of 16 times for the crime of walking across their path, which took place in Doflamingo's flashback timeline. So that's already 4. And this next one, which is a bit of a stretch, but I thought I'd include it anyway for reasons that will shortly become clear. But when Mr. St. Charles enters the human...
I'm gonna drink some water, use the bathroom, smoke.
Does so with the announcement of the 16. You might think I'm crazy for reading about it. On a journey with belief, because even without that, there is a meaning behind the number 16.
These are the shimeji mushrooms.
Whenever numbers become significant,
these are shiitake mushrooms. Use the bathroom real quick, like I said.
Those numbers generally hold a great meaning in spirituality and cosmology. Buddhism, I should say, is directly connected to evil. Evil's name is written in the iconic evil, which I will say has 1 and 6 next to it.
1 second, guys. I'll be back.
Which has 2 meanings. The first and most recognized reading is Poltoken, meaning Buddha, so it makes sense to look to Buddhism initially to find the answer here. And one very curious concept is known as the 16 mental defilements, which are conditions of the mind that require purification. Though I guess...
You guys remember how full this was? Now look how much is reduced. So we need to reduce this even fucking more, right? Yeah. Once that reduces, we put in these little guys. These are like the seaweed. It tastes pretty good. We're gonna put in some of this. If we had masuba, we can put masuba. I don't know where to get that at. It's a Japanese herb. But right now we're gonna just chill out, give it a smoke. Like this for a bit, guys. I'm gonna smoke for a bit and then we're gonna start. We're gonna, hey guys, I didn't realize I forgot to put this on because I didn't have my apron. We're just going to chill out for a bit. I am going to espresso then definitely gives it a different flavor. That was good, guys. As you can see, that nori sauce is bubbling. While I eat, I'm gonna finish off the this little taco over here yelling. You hear her, y'all? She over here yelling for me. I don't know if this nori sauce is gonna be done in time for the chawanmsuhi, because I kind of just want to get it done. But all right, guys. Anyway, let's get it done. So with this, we're gonna open this. And we're gonna carefully take this out, not to bruise them. They kind of got bruised already. And transport, these all got bruised right here. I'm still using them though. Maybe not for this one though. Pick some of these. I really do enjoy these guys, so keep it like, we're gonna napkin in there. I'll put in a napkin here so that it can absorb all of the moisture because it's open now. And then we'll just use these. We don't want to overcrowd, and we're already going to overcrowd, right? Because I'm putting hella more shimejis than we're supposed to put. But taco, I really do enjoy this, so let's put these little babies in there, and then we'll just put this in the back. What are these? We're not gonna put them in back this. We're not gonna put them in this again. What we're gonna do, I'm gonna get this press and seal that I got. It's getting down there, it's reducing. That's what that noise is. And put some one-piece theories on here. My bad, yo. I was gonna post. Let me post, and then I'm gonna keep it like this. That's how we're gonna store her in the fridge. So at this point, the nori sauce is like almost there. You see how it's bubbling? So we gotta keep an eye on it while it's getting down to the point we need it at. Because we need it at a sticky, like a syrup. So we're gonna cut this. Get rid of this, get rid of that. And then we're gonna pick out some of our best guys from here. I like these. He cute. He cute. Yeah, we gotta take it on and off of the heat. It has sugar, so it's going to be bubbling over. Oh shit. Right. I want some prettier ones. I could find them. Put the heat on low. I think at this point, we're gonna take it. We're gonna let that cool down. Because once this cool down, it's fine. This is where we need it to be. It's like bubbling up. Once it cools down, then we'll be straight. You feel me? Here you guys go. Turn it off, take it off the heat. Let it sit for a bit. We're gonna add the nori. We're gonna add the seaweed at last. That's how many we're gonna put in. Take it off the heat, it's bubbling. All right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna put some of that. We're gonna put some of that. We're gonna put it in like an X. Can you guys see it? Let's see. Right? We're doing it like that. Then you're putting the other side. It's gonna give an X, y'all. X, Marcus, Respata. Right? X. Then we're gonna sprinkle in the mushrooms. We can situate it But, let's see. Is it gonna matter? I like creative freedom. You feel me, dog? I kind of like how it sits on there, though. Let's see. And then we're gonna put some around. The fire. And then add a sprinkle. I like a lot of sprinkle. Yeah, taco. And then the baby mushrooms on top. Right? Gonna leave it like that. Put this one in there too. What you want, taco? We're gonna get this chawanmsuhi mix. And we're gonna fill it. It's gonna lift, see? But it's still gonna be fly. Probably should have put less, but that's okay. It's probably gonna spill over. Let me see. I can get a spoon and take some out. Put on a dish. That's enough. So we're gonna put that in the steamer for 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, we're gonna clean up and we're going to add the seaweed bits to the, ¿cómo se dice? Nori sauce.
Day 4, but I feel like it's...
Oh, one piece.
Voila!
These hot mess guys.
Voila! Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, we got a cover request by a person named Ramen Maru. Surprisingly, no ramen in the image. Instead, we just have koalas eating eucalyptus leaves on our table with the real koala. That was the background as well. And, do you like koalas?
We're gonna cover this.
They're the uncute pandas.
Uncute pandas.
You get what I mean?
Yeah. I don't like their color. Like gray?
Pandas, I think you don't like pandas because they're useless, right? Like, it's kind of like they would just be extinct if we didn't save them.
I mean, not just that. I just don't think they look that cool either.
Yeah, see, that's where I think they look cool, but pandas have earned their, like, you know, respect. A lot of people, it's like they have, like, it's called pandemonium. It's crazy. Yeah. So many people love pandas. So, yeah, they just, they earn their survival through cuteness. That's just how it works, I guess. They are, like, baby pandas are pretty cute. Way cuter than a koala. I've never seen a cute koala video. Maybe someone can change my mind, but it seems, they have smooth brains, like the smoothest of brains. So, I'm just not a fan.
We're just waiting for the steamer to start, like, really steaming. I had it on, but I had it like on medium.
Poison themselves with their diet.
I'm cleaning up a bit.
I'm pretty sure that's a thing.
What's another animal that just dies? Oh, sloths. Like, I heard a thing where, like, they grab their arm by mistake thinking it's a tree branch and they just fall and die. That sounds real.
That's
right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. That is a thing. Damn.
Some animals were just born to just get killed.
Yeah, as opposed to dogs that we bred into, like, self-seppuku. that for humans, so eucalyptus are poisonous, and most animals would die. But koalas evolved to be able to digest them. But I feel like I remember, like, the babies need to build up to that point. So, like, for a while, the babies are just, like, raw dog and poison.
They're fucking talking about
I'm sure,
koalas.
like, that would mess up the ecosystem to, like, a good extent, but I don't think a lot of people would really use them.
No, I don't think so. Is it? Do koalas contribute to? I feel like they just survived. But
I feel like everything contributes to, like, some extent. Right?
No, yeah, I know what you mean, but, like, I feel like koalas have to be. Koalas are crucial to the eucalyptus forest ecosystem, acting as specialized herbivores. Okay, this is the AI. They're an umbrella species. They're dropping nourishing soil. See, like, anyone can do that.
Yeah.
And then apparently koalas are also an important part of the food chain and serve as prey for large animals. So they're just, I mean, I guess most things are like fodder, but like koalas aren't unique for their, you know, like, I'm sure you can substitute them with deer or something, you know what I mean? Just throw in some deer.
If only we could do that, huh? Just like, can we just substitute them? Like, can we get, like, more sharks and less koalas, please?
Yeah, no, I'm sure there's scientists that know this stuff. It's like Pokemon, like, you need a fire, electric type, you know
This
what I
needs to
mean?
reduce more.
Like Professor Oak would be like, I know what to do, you know? I feel like I need a water mountainous type that eats leaves. I'm sure
Taking out the dishes.
like, yeah, no, these are the options, and you can choose which one you want to substitute.
I can't wait till the day comes where we just eliminate all animals from this world and we start from scratch. Like, back to your Dr. Oaks thing. Like, oh, this month we're gonna have a special ice turtle that's just rolling around the river
We are like a seasonal MMO event. Okay, that's plants, but we're talking about like every animal in existence. Like it's seasonal content. Like, no, we get to choose. Like, come April, every animal that we know of right now, dead. Except for your house pets.
So it's so fucking
instead,
stupid.
Dr. Oaks, who really is just Quartzark in disguise,
Professor.
he says, okay guys, here is a list of animals that I'm going to release into the wilderness. These are their abilities, their HP pool, and it's like, oh, the ice turtle over here.
What is happening?
It's like a koala with like
Civ is
horns and,
high.
like sharp teeth that eats like anti-eucalyptus leaves. Like we can just get really fun with this. Like, where's the fun in nature?
Where's the fun in nature? It's funny.
Yeah, maybe they're in books. Maybe.
You know, somebody said that the other day. I talked about how, so me and Paul were doing like a little prediction video for One Piece. And I mentioned how human history is very mundane compared to like mythology and fantasy worlds. And somebody was like, oh, Sai, what a crazy take. Human history isn't cool. And it's like, yeah, not one compared to dragons. Yeah, of course, Like, dragons, mermaids, aliens. Yes, human history is somewhat mundane to our imagination and what we could have done. 1,000%. That's all it is. I think we could have imagination on full display.
It's all perspective.
All perspective.
What you're describing is fantastical, and the other person can't compute that, like, we don't have, there's a reason why fantasy is a genre, right? Like, we don't have, it's like isekai. That's why isekai was so popular in the first place. It's literally a person going to a fantasy world, and that, the amount of push for that on the mainstream level, you have to work garbage isekai getting greenlit. Why? Because a lot of people think like that. Like that, you know, fantasy life is way more interesting.
You do anything with that.
Not the side. Yeah. Vending machine apparently.
Yeah, I saw one where like Hitler is being reincarnated as a lolly. You know how crazy that would be in real life? Yeah, history would go hard if that just randomly happened.
Did I hear about this from you? Why do I feel like I didn't hear about this from you?
Because people were talking about it today.
In the real world.
Yeah, the anime got announced like I think a couple months back. It's kind of funny.
I didn't even put a timer on this.
I think, yeah, some of my normie friends might have, because I think I brought up like vending machine. Yeah. Someone
for 6
I
minutes.
think it was a baby shower, and someone brought up, I was like, what?
Yeah. It's the second coming of the right. He's gonna come back as a lolly.
Actually.
That's hilarious, man.
That's hey.
Once this video gets to 10 minutes,
Shout
I'll check it out.
Man. So, on to the chapter now. We start off with some of your favorite characters in the entire series. We have Usopp and Jinbei, a reaction to Sanji freeing Robin from violence. Pretty cool stuff. I didn't know Sanji could actually do this. Not like could he or couldn't he break the vine. It's more so would he be able to do this on Robin without hurting her? And the answer is yes, he can. Pretty cool.
There's a conundrum here.
No.
My question.
No conundrums.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Okay, which direction do you want me to go?
Go any direction you want.
Okay. We'll do the more intricate. Do the giants, are they stupid or are they like what? Is it just fire? It's just fire, right? Because it can't be hockey because Jinbei has hockey, and he goes. Those vines are weaker to higher temperatures, so it's just fire that needed to be used. That's it. I'm confused. The giants are like, oh, let's try everything possible, and not any kind of incendiary.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just kidding.
Sanji's fire burns harder than anything they have in Elbaf.
And then, okay, so then, like,
We're gonna take this off.
The other part is like, Nami can't do it without hurting Robin, I'm guessing.
Well, Zeus would have absolutely one-tapped Robin.
I feel like Zeus would also have the dexterity to just.
I think so as well. And,
right,
another route is Usopp with his Firebird Star.
Yes.
That is another one. And
every Straw Hat.
Another route would also be good old Jinbei, who has an axe behind him, and we know he has pretty good hockey. Like, literally full body armament hockey. It is such a big question, like, why did they need Sanji for this? Yes, he can do it, but I feel like other people can as well.
Okay, see, the other part of it, someone chatted this, and it's beautiful when they said it. It was poetic. They were like, I really love how Oda paralleled Zoro and Sanji and how they stopped Sommers. One did it actively, and one did it passively. I was like, yeah, I guess.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, Zoro stopped missile projectiles and Sanji was a lighter. Like, it's just, there's not really, Sanji did nothing special, and the entire, like, depth of what was last chapter of like, oh no, we can't save these kids, we tried everything. Meanwhile, I'm here looking at Saul save one of the kids with a lasso. And then now Sanji's just like, or Jinbei confirms, it's like, oh, they must be weak to fire. Well, no shit. Like, what else would they be weak to? Like, it's just, oh my god. It's a hard thing to walk by, and I think by the end of the chapter, someone was saying it's like, it's so sad, like, what the Straw Hats are, like, relegated to. And I couldn't even apply it to Sanji because I was just like, yeah, like, Zoro, Sanji will always be relative to, like, the top. But then you see moments like this where it's like, well, now we have Loki, Ratatoskr, Luffy. I feel like any one of them could just win, and even with Imu here. So I guess the other Straw Hats are just gonna have like pre-time skip moments.
Yeah.
You know, this is kind of what this is.
It reminds me of like that meme, and we talked about it, I think last week or the week before. They were like, oh, this is what Enies Lobby would look like nowadays if Oda wrote it. And instead of all the Straw Hats, it's just Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji standing up there. Like, they eliminated everybody else. And, you know, it's a joke. It is a joke. But seeing how, like, nobody else could do anything when we know, like, you know, Nami has Zeus, Usopp has fire, Jinbei has an axe and Haki. It's
This
like,
didn't cook all the way through.
I feel like we didn't.
Did it? Nope, it didn't. I gotta put it in longer. I knew it. Fuck. We're gonna put it in for 15 minutes, guys. Womp, womp, womp. We're gonna put it back. 15 more minutes. Put the timer on. Put it back on.
Sanji here. I get it, like, you know, this is his shtick, right? He saves women. I do like that. But, I mean, I almost feel like it's a last resort. Like, Usopp is like, oh, that's our Sanji. It's like, no, Usopp, you could have done this. Usopp's the smart one, man.
Did you remember my alternative? I said that before, when they were climbing up to the, you know, with the elevator, I was like, oh man, Scopper said that the number one thing is that ship. Sanji is probably flying up directly. And I don't know if at the time we knew that Scopper was on the boat. But yeah, I was just like, okay, Sanji's gonna fly directly and just blow up the boat with a kick. And this is what we got instead. And I just feel a little stupid for like, oh no, Somber
No, dude,
do it himself.
We did the same thing with Zoro. Remember that? You had a brilliant idea. You were like, oh, they're gonna escape on the ship. Zoro's gonna cut it. It's gonna parallel what happened on Egghead, where Kaku was gonna cut the ship. And instead, Zoro was like, my plan?
Yeah.
I'm gonna head off. It's like, all right, cool. I think sometimes we give it too much credit. You know, sometimes we just look too deep into this. You know, it's one of those things. We spend 3 to 4 hours every week talking about One Piece and all the possibilities. Sometimes maybe we just gotta, like, you know, simplify it. Maybe we gotta, like, not look too deep into things. I think that's really it. We expect too much.
That, I think, so someone brought this up in a different way on stream, which was that
don't smoke and cook. You'll forget
that,
things.
like,
I
or no,
can,
I was
but
talking
you gotta
about this in
remember things.
response.
I
It
don't
was
remember
that,
things.
like, I wish we knew. I just wish we knew where to place the Straw Hats. And I think the worst, not offender, but the worst pull for that desire is Usopp right now, where Usopp's in the arc that everybody wants him to do stuff. And time again, I'm like, guys, Imu's in the arc. Like Brook is already punching way too high, and it feels weird. And like now, imagine Usopp does that. And I can see various ways Usopp's cool or whatever. But because like we have that for Usopp, that makes every other Straw Hat. It's like, what are they gonna do? When are they gonna do it? And I wish we just knew whether or not they are now like relegated to like pre-time skip moments. Because if they are, this is funny. You know what I mean? This is cool, funny. Like pre-time skip moments were things that were like, you know, we kind of say like, oh damn, we don't get more of those anymore in the post-time skip. I don't know, maybe like that's what the last saga, the last arc is gonna be like. There won't be any like respite for these characters, but I don't know. I just feel like I wish we knew if there was comedic relief or not, like perpetually. But because at the moment it's like, yeah, Luffy, Loki's, they're here. But when is Usopp gonna snipe down Imu? And it's like, that's not happening.
What?
Let's just get that out of our
No, dude, it could still happen. This is Usopp's arc, man. Come on. Let him have it, dude.
I was contemplating that, and then I was like, yeah, but then there's also Brook. Like, Brook is right now facing Brook not only is there and was doing it, but he also has the story reason to like what he has all this backstory build up just for Usopp to take out Gunko. Like, it'd be kind of funny if that was the case.
This is
like,
just for me, I guess, you know.
You didn't get
This is just for me.
Firebird blown in half, because apparently that's how strong Usopp is. He could just blow her to smithereens. But yeah, and then even there, he doesn't have counter-attacking, so he can't. So sorry, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
You're giving Brook a lot of hype, but hear me out. I don't see him in this chapter. You know?
Yes. I mean, we barely saw him, too. It might have been just until this moment.
John,
Brooke had been holding back Emu the entire time. Somers threw down the ship, got to this point, in this chapter, like against Luffy. Brooke had been fighting Emu the entire time. Imagine that. Imagine the anime filling in those moments.
I forgot. There was like a really cool scene in some anime where we expected a character to win, and then when we cut back to him like 30 chapters later, they're like, hey, you tell him how this fight went, loser. And then they pan over and the guy's dead on the ground. What show was it? It's on the tip of my tongue, but what if that happens? Like, we cut over to Brooke.
At first it sounded like JJK.
And we see that Brooke is literally dead in bones. Like, Brooke isn't moving. His bones have been crushed. Oh, even better. We see Emu next chapter. They're wearing a skull head, like a savage of Elbaf. And he says, win in Rome.
Yeah, no, even better. Because we saw Gunko's face, but afterwards she, like, puts it on. He's like, this will be a good helmet.
Yeah.
And then she just goes, I don't know, sicko mode. Crazy.
That's what we all want. I can see it happening already.
Yeah, all. We all very.
We all very much, yes.
I like that Robin, she turns around, she's like, I'm afraid there's no time to celebrate. But which direction do you think that she, because it kind of cuts off, library or kids? Like, which way is she running? She's running to the library, right?
I think Robin goes to the library with Jinbei.
Yeah. She's like, there's no time to celebrate. Run! The books need saving. And they're like, what, Robin? Yeah, no, obviously Luffy and all of them are over there, right? I feel like it makes sense to run to the library.
Hurry up, Jinbei. We need your firefighting skills.
More than 200 phone calls from over 50 different military
is
installations, meaning that somebody's telling
what's gonna happen, dude. Like, that's the thing. Like, the library's on fire. We don't know what to do with Jinbei.
It's a 2-in-1. He's also the luggage guy. He's carrying up the books.
Oh. You know how nasty that would be?
Oh,
dude, yeah. Not only putting out the fire, he's carrying books. No, he's combining Egghead and Wano Jinbei into one character.
Oda was building.
He foreshadowed this, guys.
A plus B. Oh wait, not 1 plus 2 is 3, right? Like, that's literally what Oda did, and this is the end. Like you said, it comes after that. It's foreshadowing. We're gonna talk about this in the next few chapters. Oh my God, Oda's the greatest. He's showing us the simplest character development.
Oh, it's epic cooking with this one, boys. We're gonna be eating it up.
Yeah, and like, you think about it too, because like Robin's also really good at carrying things too, right? So it's like the perfect duo. They're gonna do it 100%.
Yeah.
She's literally gonna pull the books out with a bunch of hands, and Jinbei is just gonna be like DX ball, like just trying to catch books. Oh my God, that's
man,
crazy.
that is so foul. So we cut over to the West Village. We see that Loki has dropped off the kids and parents there. They're like, Loki, dude, this is dangerous, man. Take them somewhere else. He said, not my problem. They're the ones who hopped on my back. I'm just dropping them off. And then we see the big design of Loki's dragon form. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
How do you enjoy Loki's appearance? W's?
W's for sure. I'm just confused on colors, because then when I saw, I realized like those spikes aren't spikes, they're fur, and I was laughing. I was like, man, wait guys, what if this entire time Loki was in hybrid, and that purple jacket coat thing was just this? But I'm pretty sure we saw that before in the time skip. So, not time skip, sorry, in the flashback. But I am curious, like, what the colors are. I feel like it's just purple.
You scared?
Right? Not scared, but it's probably just gonna be something purple, right?
I feel like Loki's primarily going to be black. I feel like the fur might be pink.
Okay. The one thing that I wish was I wished his tattoo stayed. That would have looked kind of sick.
Oh, the sun tattoos?
Yeah, just like on his shoulder. Like, he would look, it would be kind of crazy.
He does have it.
Does he?
He does have the tattoos. Yeah, but he's like black, so you can't see it.
Yeah, the Oda. Anime's gotta cook with this. Even if Oda doesn't show, because this is the thing, and you're talking about it too. I would hope the anime goes the direction where they just put Luffy in his Elbaf outfit in the anime. I doubt they'll do that, but like, I hope that they add the tattoos in. Just be like, oh yeah, he didn't want his editors to draw dragon tattoos. We'll do it. You know, they can just do that. That's fine. You know what I'm saying?
I bet the fan base would be mad if they did that.
You really? Okay, what about just the Luffy clothing? What about just that?
No, they're gonna be mad about that too.
Really?
You know they will. Brother, you're in the One Piece community. You know somebody's gonna say, oh, but that's gonna ruin Oda's vision.
Yeah, but do they matter?
No. In reality, they don't really matter.
People who are loud on Twitter. And you know for a fact that the loudest people they're just rage baiting. They just know that's gonna be, oh, people love to rage, let me bait it. So they don't actually think that, they just say it just to say it. Only for like,
yeah, I mean that's just how it is.
I love this thing once it's popular, once that's the popular opinion.
I still don't get why Luffy has his like Wano outfit on. Like, it is just jarring. It just makes you wonder where it was at. Like, was it just underneath his Elbaf fit and he just took off all of his other clothing? Because, I mean, I guess he could just spawn it in, but like, I don't know. He was fighting in the Elbaf fit against, what, Roto's pets and against Scopper Gabon. And so it's not like it's taxing, right? It's like, oh man, this coat is kind of heavy.
It's also kind of like, it feels like, because when it's red, it kind of like an outfit, but then when it's white, it looks like a napkin. So like, I can't, sometimes I look at Luffy like a booger, like a just sneezed napkin. But anyways, the point is that I think that there might be maybe there's an importance to the outfit. Maybe Oda's just like, no, we need to keep the outfit for some reason. Maybe it's like a Joy Boy Nika thing. I don't know. That'd be kind of interesting if the fit was related.
Yeah, it would be interesting. It's just it'd be a little bit silly. Since, you know, we've seen Luffy in other outfits with Gear 5th, and at least for Egghead, right, we saw him, like, take off the jacket and he was just shirtless. Here, he, like, spawns in his Wano shirt. I'm like, oh, interesting. Yeah, like you said, it's probably related to Nika. I think that's my coat. It's either that or Luffy really just wanted to change it to different clothes, which, that's fair, I guess. I kind of miss the axe, though. I think the axe is, like, the main, like, sadness part of it. Like, dude, what could that axe have done?
It's the easiest side dialogue to add. Is just Zoro going like, hey Luffy, where'd you get these clothes? And Luffy goes like, these are the clothes I feel the most free in. And something like that, and then boom.
Oh yeah, I'm free with this.
Yeah. You know, everything is kind of like planned out, you know? So it's like, maybe that's the reason. It would be cool if he uses it. Like, one of the other ideas is that like, if he's able to, you could do a lot of like crazy stuff with it, like pull out the thing and then use it like, I don't know, like a giant catapult type thing, like because he rubberized everything. Yeah, like if Oda has plans to use this shirt but couldn't use a vest, right? Because Luffy's wearing a vest, maybe he was just like, damn it, I need something more with more substance. Like it needs sleeves or something. Maybe that was what it is. He really
this
wanted
is them.
to
Yeah, Oda himself.
Oh, you know
he
what?
Said, yeah, this isn't free enough. What's up?
Luffy doesn't really need it. I was gonna say, like technically, I could see like if Luffy wanted to use Loki's horns and just use his shirt to just make a giant catapult, like he could use his arms for that. So unless he's like launching shit, like I could. If Oda ends up doing something that requires his shirt to have sleeves, that it's gonna be so funny. We're gonna be like, oh shit, this is why he kept the outfit from back before. Because yeah, his Wano one did not have sleeves. It was just the vest, the fur vest, right?
Yeah, it was just the vest. Yeah.
This thing.
Yeah, very fascinating choice. So we see that Zoro, I guess he's just kind of done with Dory and Brogy. And he's now just hanging out at the West Village. Where did Dory and Brogy go? Are they just like dead? Are they just like gone?
So this is the egg dessert, or the egg breakfast.
I thought you were laughing at this.
So
Yeah, it's just like,
we're going to add
imagine coming
the
from
seaweed
last chapter
pieces
or whenever Zoro did that and be
to
like,
the
oh,
sauce.
they actually just died from slashing each other. That was it. Imagine saying that to somebody last
And this
chapter.
is like a
oh,
thick
wait,
sauce.
You guys didn't sell it. You guys didn't notice Dory and Brooke died on panel.
Yeah, somebody's gonna be like, are you guys like blind or something? Did you not see Dory and Brogy just finish themselves off?
Let me get another spoon.
Imagine that, like someone like spoiling an anime viewer, like they're watching the anime and be like, by the way, they died here. It's like, what? That's crazy.
But we know they
Yeah,
regenerate. That's the thing, right? We know they regenerate though. Like, what is going on? Where'd they go?
What if they like? What if Emu needs to like be looking at them? Like, they
okay,
don't
now
die,
you're
die.
cooking.
But like, kind of like Sommers. Sommers was down for the count, and then Emu showed up, and then all of a sudden he was good. Not down for the count, but like he was split in half. But then Emu shows up, he's good. What if that's kind of like with Dory and Brogy right now? Like they are sliced in half, but because Emu's like not in the vicinity, maybe, then you know they can't fully regen. And maybe Zoro used just enough conquer sake to do that. You know, that's probably necessary. Because
Yeah,
that's
they're
what
not
happens
in the
on
Gen
Conquer.
ult.
Yeah.
They're not getting
exactly.
that healing ability right now.
Emu's not Soga, okay?
Yeah, Emu's not Soga. He can't do everything, guys. So yeah, it's so funny just thinking about like all the theories we had, like, you know, coming off of 2 chapters ago, where it was like, oh man, like what outcome will this be? You know, Zoro's falling in between Dory and Brogy. You know, is he gonna get Dory or reverse? What's gonna happen? And then we cut over, he's just on a building. We haven't seen Dory and Brogy here. That is, I think, hilarious, man. That is so funny.
I also, now that, because I completely...
So we're gonna move this around a little bit. But this is it. I wanna switch that around. Alright, and so we're gonna mix it. You see how it's become like a custard? Let's see if I can bring it up. She has become like a custard. And I'm going to get it from the bottom, the pieces of crab. And it becomes like a broth of everything. And so you blow on it. And that's that. It's really good. Sorry guys. Not the light again. I need to charge this thing, I guess. It's hot. Am I hearing something? I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I was hearing something in my ear. Am I going crazy? I could only imagine how it tasted with the real crab from work. This is really good. It mellowed out. Yeah. Let's just chawanmsuhi, guys. I think it's nice. I think it's pretty good. Then you can add togarashi, which is spice, Japanese spice, chili powder. Here's a better lighting. Let's see. Ooh. It's better lighting for sure. Anyways, I'm gonna enjoy the rest of my night. You guys enjoy as well. I think I'm gonna end the stream. This was like the longest